Hello. At least it was my mistake. You're listening to Sad Girl Music on 101 Quan. Hello, everyone. Oh my god, this was like my sad girl. My sad girl COVID playlist. Perfect music before seeing my racist uncle again. Yep. Dude, I would just like play all these songs on the piano. Just like so drama. No job. No apartment. No prospects. I'm like having a flashback to that time. You're gonna crash Thanksgiving? Thankmas. Wait, Jack Black's gonna be there? Imagine I had started streaming in 2020. I know. What if I had? I didn't. But what if I had? I wonder if things would be different. Whatever those things are. Yeah, I guess a random Jack Black appears for Thankmas. Eric, thank you for the gifted sub. Kristen House, thank you for the tier 1. Angel Cha, thank you for the 21 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, tomorrow is Thanksgiving. All my homies hate the pilgrims. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and a lot of y'all are going to be with family that you will look at and go, I think I choose not you. This was my lot in life because we are blood relations, but I have decided no. I don't like you as a person. Caroline's been a VOD watcher recently. My favorite part is hearing you sing to the intro songs without any music in the background. That makes me want to die. Okay, note to self, never listen to the intro of me singing without the music. You have lots of good clips of split audio. If you ever do anything with those, I will ruin your life. You ruined my life, I'll ruin your life. Yeah, I kind of thought it would just mute the whole audio. I didn't know that I am a cappella singing the intros. I do not hold space for that at all. Don't make an op out of an on. That's true. Anon is the most dangerous op to have. Anyway, Nikki, thank you for the 15 months. Humming Bee, thank you for the bits. Anyway, this is the beginning of holiday season, and holiday season can be a real bitch. I am lucky that I will be with my dad's family. So I don't foresee any problems. But Yeah, the holidays, a lot of people spend them alone. A lot of people spend them with family members that belong in the gulag. And yeah, I will try and stream tomorrow, cooking stream, if you don't have any plans for Thanksgiving and you are looking for something to be a part of. Okay, this is like ultimate sad girl playlist. It's just all acoustic slash piano songs of like a girl going, and I don't know, but I want to. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm looking out the window. I'm staring at my past. I'm a sad girl. I'm a sad girl. Yeah, this song is Will Be Fine. No Graham at Thanksgiving. I will say, I do wonder if any of my family members are going to ask me what's up. Because I had to have conversations with family members that I'm close to about why I said what I said and why I would say it to his face. And I'm like, let me tell you that if you agree and you think that you can argue about legally murdering children, then I also have nothing to say to you. So do we need to have that conversation? Because what I said was not me just trying to get attention on Twitter, or me, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you say things and you go, shit. Well, I really didn't mean that. Or, oh, yeah, I don't think I was doing that for the right reasons. Yeah, that's a very Doja Cat response. But that one I disavow this. I am ashamed that somebody who I am distantly I'm I'm there with you because I too just randomly started wearing bucket hats one day. And then I went, no, I don't think these are that cute on me. My story is the same as yours. My story begins the day that I was born. My initials are MJ. I'm in Arizona. I'm not creative. But I love, you know what I love though is it reminds me of the AIM days, right? If you were around during those days and you were on Instant Messenger and we all came up with names that we thought were so awesome at the time, and then looking back you're like, I think I could have come up with something better. You go, I don't really think that was as creative and cool as I thought it was. Mine's my cat. Oh, that's cute. I was obsessed with dinosaurs as a kid. I never got over it. Tommysaurus. Some of y'all do have there's such a spectrum of stream names where it'll be like butt fart 69 420. You're like, "Oh, yeah, of course." And then it'll be something that I literally can't read. Because it's so many words mashed together, or it's like internet slang. And then it'll just be like little mouse. But Fart 69 420 is just their name. I never considered that. Where's Caroline's FBI agent? Where's my FBI agent? Are they busy solving cases? We've got some they've got some crimes to solve. Yeah, is Sharp Blaster in chat? That's the thing, is like, do you think somebody who decides my username's gonna be Sharp Blaster, did they go through a list of possible names, or was that the first thing that came to mind? They're like, yes, that's the one. Sharp Blaster. I will never do better than this. Or was it something where they happened that day to blast a shart and they're like, you know what? It's this just gave me a creative idea for my Twitch username. Use it. As my acting teacher would say, use it. Now go into the work. You've just sharted. Now go into the work. I've revealed your black market furry suit business on Discord. Nothing escapes you. Multiple days at different times I was concussed playing goalkeeper in soccer. Have you ever gotten that checked out? I feel like when we were all younger, we would just get concussions and be like, nah, you're fine. Like, I got a concussion one time when we were playing Capture the Flag in 8th grade. I got knocked the fuck out. And I woke up and the gym teacher was leaning with a flashlight, like opening up my eyes. And he was like, oh, okay, I think you're good. Just sent me right back out there. Wow. Hogan and Anonymous, thank you for the gifted subs to Sharp Blaster. Sharp Blaster is eating good tonight. Tech Ting, thank you for the gift sub to Buttfart 69 420. The person who came up with Sharp Blaster closed their eyes and their name appeared in neon lights and it just said Sharp Blaster. Yeah, I'd like to think it's like it was like God. God appeared. Yes, I've received a message from God. And therefore my name is now Sharp Blaster 69 420. Boob. Maybe it's what they've known for so long they choose it as their username. True. I don't think there's any internal dialogue coming up with a name like that. You never know. You, you don't know what goes into creating something like that. New horrible TV AI upscale just dropped. Wait, did anybody see? I saw a post earlier where, let me see if actually I can just pull up David Tennant. You guys, okay, wait. First, let me look at what you sent. Wow, the I Love Lucy Blu-ray looks great. No problems whatsoever. Oh my God. Jesus. You know what? I feel like this is actually good. I think it's good when they like redo a TV show, when they AI-ification it and it looks like absolute shit, right? It's a joke. And this really should send the message of AI will never be superior. Upscaling trash. Is that Stavros? Oh, that's... Oh, that's not... Oh, wait a second. Which one are you... this one or this one? Okay, y'all, look at this. Look at what they did to my boy. Look at how they massacred my boy. This is David Tennant's first photo that pops up. Who is that? That's not my David Tennant. I don't know who that is. That's Den Affleck. Yeah, that is an amalgamation of white, brunette, middle-aged actors. It's so cooked. That is, look how they massacred my boy. That's crazy. I cannot believe when you Google David Tennant, that is the first photo that pops up. This really, you can tell that Ben Affleck's image went into creating this AI image. God, I hate it. I hate it. Oopsie. Speaking of AI, AI is launching what?
AI-driven movie studio. Hi, I'm Alex from Pop Culture Brain, and this is Stage Runner, your source for what's shooting and where. Artificial intelligence is top of mind for a lot of people these days, especially in Hollywood, and now one filmmaker is going to put it to use in a major way. Generative AI filmmaker Dave Clark just announced that he's launching a new content studio that will make films, series, and other media.
Okay, I have a question. Why, whenever you see a picture of guys who are involved in AI, why do they always... Like, you look at the photo of them, you go, yeah, no. That's absolutely how I thought that they would look.
Media with generative AI and artists that use it. This new company is planning to use proprietary software to make original stories for global audiences. Clark explained, Gen AI filmmaking is a creative process that combines the expertise of skilled...
Yeah, it's like a douche tech bro vibe. They always wear those jackets.
Artists, hybrid workflows, and a collaborative production environment. Our goal is to cultivate a space where storytellers from all backgrounds can explore bold ideas, take risks, and push the boundaries of storytelling. Clark previously made the viral AI short film Battalion about black soldiers who landed on the beach at D-Day. He explained at a recent panel discussion with IndieWire that using AI to make movies is not this idea of replacing. It's this idea of augmenting us as filmmakers and giving us a superpower to really show our vision. Speaking of which, indie studio Blumhouse is partnering with Meta on AI technology and has tapped directors Anish Chaganty, the Spurlock sisters, and Casey Affleck to test out Meta's new AI tool.
Why is Casey Affleck needing to test out Meta's AI tool? for Blumhouse. I'm tired.
Meta Movie Gen. According to IndieWire, the tool uses simple text prompts to produce videos and sounds, or quote, edit existing videos or photos. And these directors are already at work making short films with the technology. Essentially, this is a PR and marketing effort by Meta that's leveraging real filmmakers in order to show audiences, as well as entertainment industry professionals, what this tech can do.
You know, I think we talked about this before with Blumhouse, but this is especially disappointing and frustrating that Blumhouse is doing this, because Blumhouse made their name off of low budget horror films that gave first time filmmakers a chance, right? That they were so adept at producing these like $1 to $5 million low budget films, and they like, why are you needing to do this? Why is this the next phase? The quote is, Meta's working with horror studio Blumhouse and creators including Casey Affleck to collect feedback about its movie gen AI video models. No, I mean, this is marketing, right? These are all people who are getting paid by Meta. This is, it's like a sponsor. That's what this is. They are getting paid. Meta is paying filmmakers and partnering with studios to promote this. Like, let's not forget that that's what's going off. That's what's going on here. Great video on AI by Johnny Harris. I gotta be honest, I am kind of exhausted by having another AI conversation right now. We've had many a conversation about AI, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't feel like doing it again right now. When I say I'm tired and I just don't feel like getting into this all again, I know. Can only listen to so many AI takes. Can only have so many people yelling at me and being like, no, AI is the future. You're just a dumb bitch. You see, they wanted to use a face that looked like it was already created, ruined by AI, so they picked Casey Affleck. Affleck, fueled by tea. Thank you for the 4 months. Hello, governor. And the only thing worse than AI are Oscar bait biopics. Yo, what's going on with Bradley Cooper? After Maestro was not his Maestro, what's he been doing? What's he up to? What's he doing? I found This Is You. Okay, let's see.
Oh my god!
That one lesbian aunt at Thanksgiving dinner.
Pop the wine open! Let's go! Happy Thanksgiving! How's everyone been? I've been making moves.
Am I the lesbian aunt at Thanksgiving dinner?
Making money. You guys have been making kids. Losing money. You need this? Nah, this is mine. Oh my gosh, honey, you're so beautiful and grown up. Do you have a boyfriend now?
My culture is not your costume. Okay, the thing is that I would wear an outfit like this. I love a boxy blazer and a martini.
No. If I did, it would be a girlfriend.
A boyfriend.
Girlfriend.
Boyfriend.
Girlfriend.
A boyfriend.
Girlfriend.
Hey, so where's that roommate that you usually bring every year? You know, for the past like 3 years.
Is that Aubrey Plaza as her phone
Yeah,
screen?
She moved out. It wasn't working.
Hey, so whose Subaru's out front? You're blocking Grandma in.
That's me. I'll be back.
Yeah, that, you know what? Honestly, in my family, I am the closest thing to a lesbian aunt. I've never had such an emotional roller coaster reading a title. You can't get me excited like the beginning of the second part. Oh, Conor McGregor, rest in piss. Yeah, sorry. We'll be talking about him, but he is not dead, although hopefully his sponsors all are dead in the water, and his career. That would be what needs to happen. And I did see that a couple of his companies that he works with have already dropped him, which is good. Cooper's next film, co-starring Will Arnett. Is he going back to comedies? Cause it feels like it's been a minute. He kind of like left comedy to pursue a drama path, because I think he looked at that as like more serious acting. You know, the type of roles that would bring him the gold. After years of friendship that goes way beyond the two A-listers making it big in Hollywood, Bradley Cooper and Will Arnett are coming on to develop the Searchlight pick, Is This Thing On?, with both set to co-star in the film, with Cooper also directing. Arnett penned the script with Mark Chappell. That's Chappell Roan's father. I'm just kidding. The film is still in early development while Arnett turned in a draft before the WGA strike commenced. Cooper likely will take a crack at script. What is this about? Okay. Plot details are being kept under wraps. Goddamn, he is a 9-time Oscar nominee. Okay, let's look through. American Sniper. If I had a time machine, I would go back in time and stop this. American Hustle, fine. I think, yeah. Silver Linings Playbook. Yeah, he was good in that. Nightmare Alley. I think I like sort of like that movie. Joker. Wait, what? Bradley Cooper's in Joker? Oh, he produced Joker. Wait, he produced Joker? I didn't know that. And A Star Is Born, which honestly, just that meme alone. Let me take a look at I just wanted to take a look at you again. That was worth the numb. He's in post-production on the Netflix. Oh, this is old. This is from last year. I was like, he's in post-production on the Netflix drama Maestro. Hold on a second. Have I in fact gone back in time? And I can stop American Sniper from getting the attention that it got? Wait, what's the thing with A Star Is Born where Bradley Cooper made Lady Gaga take her makeup off? Was like, that's real. Something like that. I don't know. Because women can't act if they're wearing makeup. Yeah, I guess he's got all that Marvel money. He's good. He's fine. Okay. Oh shit. What did I just close out of? Let's see what we're got. Oh, do you guys want to watch do you want to watch comedy? Do you want to watch a real comedy sketch? This is Michael Knowles' comedy sketch. Point of view, you're the conservative uncle at Thanksgiving.
Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. I said this looks like a job for me.
Okay, I just want to point out. I just want to point out that, like, yes, anybody who takes birth control absolutely takes it at the dinner table like this.
Looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me. 'Cause we need a little controversy, 'cause it feels so empty without me.
So, what's everybody thankful for?
I also just like, what is the fucking point of this? Because all you do is come across as a loser. Like, you seem weird. You seem weird, dude.
No, I'm just joking. Let's have a nice dinner.
Can you pass them out?
Like, so are you saying that people who are MAGA are just incredibly obnoxious and will ruin the vibes? Like, you because the thing is that he doesn't come across as cool at all. This is not like point of view, you're the conservative uncle at Thanksgiving, and he at all comes across as a badass. He just seems like a loser. Michael Knowles, I'm sorry, but Hollywood did not accept you, not because you're conservative, but because your acting is worse than porn acting, dude. Yeah, can't imagine why this guy didn't end up with a career as an actor. I'm shocked. I don't know how. I mean, really, Hollywood, give this man a career. Come on. Yeah, it's giving my entire family hates me. Isn't that funny? Right. And once again, conservatives demonstrate that they are incapable of comedy. If anyone can find a conservative comedy bit, sketch, whatever, and I don't mean someone who just like happens to be conservative and you're like, whoa, what? Like, this person happens to be a conservative, because there are definitely there are actors who have been in great comedies and then like turns out that they hate women and black people. I'm saying someone who's specifically doing conservative comedy. Has anybody ever come across anything that does not make you die inside? Incapable of introspection in general. Right. Like, that's why they're incapable of making something at all funny. Conservatives are anti-birth control because they see it as basically abortion. Oh, yes. Birth control is baby murder. Boy, do I just love Craig Gutfeld. God, that man makes so much money for just being very loud. Zyron Blue, thank you for the 26 months. I don't know if Shane Gillis counts, but I think his political bits are great. Like, he specifically does comedy as a conservative, making fun of people on the other side of the political aisle. Because here's the thing, I've seen leftists make fun of like liberals, or do political sketches that are legitimately funny. Michael Knowles went bi once in a movie and then was forced to become a conservative commentator because he was so bad it was considered more homophobic than anything else he's done. Wait, he went bi once in a movie? What do you mean? Are you saying Bill Maher's not funny? I have all of Bill Maher's books on my bookshelf. Number one fan. Like a student film. Wait, he was bi in a student film. Well, you guys, wait, who's that one guy? Who is that one weirdo whose entire thing is dressing up as a woman to own the trans community, but it's like something that now he does every day. No, it's not Steven Crowder. Yeah, like he clearly enjoys putting on makeup and dresses even as he pretends he's like doing it as a joke. You know who I mean, right? It's like every single day. And then people compared photos of him from when he's not dressed up as a woman to when he is and how much happier he looks. No, I know I'm describing Steven Crowder, but it's not Steven Crowder. I don't think. No, it's fuck. These guys are they all have the same name. They all look the same and have the same name. Josh, yes. Yeah. Josh Sider. This fucking guy. Yep. This guy. See, also looks like Steven Crowder, so. Former Bachelorette star. Wait, he was on The Bachelorette? No, that's where he comes from? Oh, dude, I just assumed he was like some 2-bit conservative, like, YouTuber or oh, okay. Okay.
Experiment online to
Yeah, okay,
expose
so-
how gullible. I want to know what's going on.
Yes.
Well, I got to be honest. For the last 5 months, I've been conducting a social experiment online
Oh,
to
have you?
expose how gullible and how delusional the left is.
Oh. Yeah, I too, when I simply want to behave away, but am too ashamed to be who I am, will say, oh yeah, I'm just doing a social experiment. I'm actually making fun of these people. Bro is more closeted than my clothes. Yeah,
We
wow.
love it, Josh. And now I'm so happy that you came on this program and you're
Wow.
so gracious to fly all the way here from Chicago to.
By the way, his trans ex broke up with him and his brain snapped. Shut up. Shut up. He dated someone who is trans and then they broke up with him.
Come speak with us and talk about how insane the world is that you putting on a woman face, I guess is that the best way to describe it?
Yeah,
Woman face. Oh my God. It is so, okay. So here's the story. Former Bachelorette contestant Josh Sider claimed in a new interview that he's been pretending to be a transgender woman online as part of a social experiment to expose how gullible and delusional the left is. Sider originally came out as a transgender woman in May 2024 and was greeted with a slew of death threats that he claimed made him fear for my safety all the time. Okay, yeah. Who did those death threats come from? What side did those death threats come from? Probably the side that you're pretending to be on, that you're so desperate to be accepted by. He notably claimed throughout his apparently faux journey that he believed people did not need to take anything to be a trans woman, including hormones or elective surgeries. The last 5 months of his life have apparently been a ruse to highlight how gullible and delusional the left is. He said the last 5 months of his life? Why is he referring to himself in third person? I think a lot of trans women are turned on at the thought of themselves being women. Guess what? It doesn't magically make them women. We live in a free country. You can do whatever you want, but don't make your fetish my truth. I don't have to accept it. He said earlier this year when he first started his so-called social experiment that he was met with intolerance, bigotry, and gatekeeping from all sides, including transgender people and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. No, okay. I bet if anybody from the trans community called you out, it's because you were being transphobic, because you're a freak. You are a freak for being so transphobic, but then clearly wanting to dress this way and lying and pretending you're doing it as a social experiment to own the left. You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. He started the interview with a full face of makeup and wearing a scarf with the colors of the transgender flag. He had one of the staff working on the show come and wipe his makeup off, then unveiled his hoax to the camera. I faked being a faker. I pretended to be a pretender. Oh my God, I'm losing brain cells. We are all the same. We're all men putting on makeup and dresses and claiming that we're women. And I hope that this could help some people understand that just because you put on dresses and makeup as a man doesn't magically make you a woman. The Bachelorette alum's purported ploy went deep as he tasked himself with... This is like that guy that white writer who's like, I'm going to go point out how... I'm going to go like write about racism in this country. So to do so, he dressed in blackface. And like the thesis of his book was that racism is not systemic in America, that there are individual racists, but that racism overall, and he would know as somebody who did blackface and traveled around doing the most embarrassing stereotype of a black man. Yeah, you guys remember that guy? The writer got injections to darken his skin. No, I think that was a different person. No. We're talking about different people. No, that is someone who actually wrote a very important book in the 50s on racism that opened up a lot of white people's eyes, a lot of white people in the South in particular, to the societal issue of racism baked into like every fucking corner of this country. There's that guy, and then there's the author last year or like 2 years ago who wrote that book, and he literally just went to like a CVS and took Maybelline foundation in the darkest shade and slathered that on his face. Yeah, that was from like maybe this year, like earlier this year or last year. The Bachelorette alum, okay, he managed to fool both sides of the political spectrum, even reaching conservative commentators like Megyn Kelly. He claimed he believed that he was different from a young age, often dressing up in his mother's clothing and experimenting with her makeup when she wasn't looking. He previously discussed the difficulties that came with accepting himself while being raised in a strictly conservative Christian household. Why do I feel like this is actually the truth? And because people on the right are so fucking hateful and he believes himself to be on their side, this is how he has been behaving. The projection, the internalized transphobia is so glaring. My theory is he tried coming out as trans, got massive amounts of death threats, decided that the only way to save their public perception was to say it was a social experiment. Right. He dated Monica Beverly Hills from RuPaul's Drag Race, and he also faked his death for like a day. Okay, this guy is just like a fucking drama queen too. Did you ever watch Black White? No, but I know about that show. Cap Nice. Thank you for keeping it nice with the 5 community subs. Not Christian F. Thank you for the 15 months. My Bourbon Gamer. Thank you for the 9 months. Gary. Thank you for the 27 months. Okay. And the thing is that my empathy for people who have internalized homophobia, transphobia, etc. My empathy only goes so far when you are actively trying to cause harm to that community. When you are doing this shit because it's very easy to do and you'll get attention from the dumbest people on this planet, and it makes you feel like you're somewhat of a celebrity. Like his entire feed is this. Even after he revealed the social experiment, right? You would think, okay, so you did this supposed social experiment, and yet when you did the big reveal, interesting that you continue to dress up in dresses and makeup. Where is Sandwich? In my pantry. Yeah, it's like, it's so awful, man. Sider equated being transgender to chronic mental illnesses like schizophrenia. Neither gender dysphoria nor gender nonconforming presentations like being transgender are considered mental disorders, according to the APA. He also claimed that during the alleged social experiment, he observed that the left has a need to curry favor by falling in line with whatever is most topical on their side, even if they disagree with it. Sider previously came out as pansexual in January 2021, later as bisexual in 2023, which he did not touch on during his interview. Yeah, I mean, this is just like this is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Do you see a beautiful black woman? After years of mental torture and always feeling I had to hide the true me, I finally found the courage to come out publicly as the African American woman I've always known I was. Please say hi to Shaniqua Barkwan Daily Azerbaijani Tarqueered. Pronouns are she, sure. This is just like, it is sigh. I know, man. Why is he giving Shane Dawson in 2007? Anybody who is still doing this in 2024, their brain needs to be studied as to how it can, as to like how this person is still able to function, like how they still know to breathe and sleep and all the things that your brain, does for you, when his brain is so filled with trash. It reminds me of how Borat mocked Arabs. It's just like this is very 2005, like early 2000s comedy. And yet here we are 20 years later, 20 years later, and it's like, dude, this kind of stuff was still embarrassing in the early 2000s, but now it is like it's nuclear as far as the embarrassment. Committing to a bit this hard would be cunty up, and unfortunately they're just in the closet. Yeah, and like I said, oh my God. Like I said, it gets to a point where when you have such internalized hatred, and then you use that to like dedicate your life to mocking and trying to cause harm for a community that has done nothing to you, but that you are so fucking ashamed to acknowledge that, to admit the truth that maybe that's actually a community that would be welcoming to you and might be your community. Like, I'd ask what was in the water when they were a kid and why was it lead? Yeah, so what was in your water and why was it lead? They do this because there's no consequences. In fact, they're being rewarded for being this harmful. Yeah, no, for sure. It is the type of behavior that will like get you onto Megyn Kelly's show, right? That will get you onto Fox News. That will get you onto the like biggest news broadcast in the country. It's unfortunately how things go. Storm Warden, thank you for the tier 1. He faked his own death years ago after a trans woman who was on a season of Drag Race dumped him. Yeah, this guy has a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Can you imagine if you were to wake up one day and be like, oh my God, I am the worst person ever. I am so... sex twice. I am so embarrassing. Guys, I'm so conflicted right now. I need a job to get out of my parents' toxic household, but the job offer I got is for a defense aerospace company that gives weapons to the Department of Defense. I don't know what to do. That is something you're gonna have to decide. I mean, if you got a job like that, I feel like if you are morally opposed, that you would be able to. You seem like you're capable to be able to find another job, but take the job. There will be a need for double agents in the revolution. Talia, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, I mean, your taxes go to bombs anyway. That is true. That is true. Yeah, get in there and tell us like what's going on. You can be our inside mole. Hopefully my FBI agent is not listening to this, but perhaps this is how we finally bring down the empire. Perhaps we finally have an inside person. We've got our very own whistleblower. I'm just imagining one day, like, all this comes out. It's like this huge story, and it's somehow traced back to this moment. There's like screenshots and clips from this stream. Whistleblower brings down the Department of Defense. Oh. Oh boy. Yeah, years later, where were you on 11/27/2024? The Twitch chat that exposed the military industrial complex. Like, not that they haven't been exposed already, but this is really what's going to bring them down. This is really what's going to end the military industrial complex. I feel like I can't judge people for taking those jobs in your situation, but like, not the best move. I hope there are other options. Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately, Chatter, it is up to you. It's a decision you got to make. You're the only one that knows what is the correct move to make. In case of an investigation by any federal entity or similar, I do not have any involvement with this group or with the people in it. I do not know how I am here, probably added by a third party. I do not support any actions by the member of this group. Yeah, me too. I don't know how I ended up here. I think I'm probably here because of a third party, and I do not support anything that's being said or done here. Just for the record, in case of an investigation, let the record show that I am not responsible for any of the words that come out of my mouth. And in case of an investigation, I would like to point the FBI towards a streamer named Cutie Cinderella. That's QTCINDERELLA. That is the person that you want to be looking into. All roads lead to her. And you didn't hear it from me. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you and goodbye. All right, y'all. We're gonna talk about Conor McGregor, and then we're gonna look at Marilyn Manson and Evan Rachel Wood. And it's because these are two actual wins, and it has felt lately like women have just been we've been really going through it, and it often feels like there are no W's to be found. There is no justice when it comes to abusers and violent men. And now we have two separate cases that are actually have resulted in a positive way. So we're going to start off with Conor McGregor. Yeah, Conor McGregor's newsflash. Conor McGregor is a massive piece of shit. I know everybody's shocked. But that is the truth. Conor McGregor is a massive piece of shit and has finally been found guilty in a civil court. Unfortunately, he will not be serving any time because this was not a criminal case. This was a civil case because a criminal case was not able to be brought, and that is often why victims end up having to pursue justice via a civil lawsuit, because the burden of proof is lower and because it is often their only recourse. So that is what happened here, and it relates to a 2018 incident where a woman named Nikita Hand alleged that Conor McGregor had brutally raped and battered her in a Dublin hotel penthouse, and this was after he had lost, he had lost some match, and she went to the police. It ended up being that the prosecutors decided they weren't going to pursue any criminal charges, and so then she went through the civil court route, and last week a jury decided that Conor McGregor has to pay the victim $257,000 and that he was found guilty of rape and battery. So let's take a look here. Girk, thank you for the 12 months.
Nikita Hand has won her High Court case against mixed martial arts fighter Conor McGregor. A jury at the High Court found Mr McGregor raped Ms Hand in a hotel in Dublin in December 2018 and awarded her almost €250,000 in damages. The jury found that his friend James Lawrence did not assault her. 35-year-old Nikita Hand had sued Mr McGregor and Mr Lawrence for damages, claiming they raped her in the Beacon Hotel in Sandyford in December 2018.
I would like to start off by saying I'm overwhelmed and touched by the support I have received from everybody. First, I want to thank the Coleman legal team and my three barristers, John Gordon, Ray Boland and Sean. They have been amazing from start to finish. I want to thank Mr Justice Alexander Owens, the jury, all the witnesses. I want to thank the doctors, nurses and everyone at the sexual assault treatment unit in the Rotunda Hospital for looking after me, especially my own Dr Frank Clark. I want to thank the Rape Crisis Centre, especially Cleena, who has been by my side throughout this entire period. I want to thank all the guards and the ambulance crew. I want to thank all the women and men out there who have supported me throughout this trial. For every person who reached out to me, a card, a letter, email, everything, it hasn't gone unnoticed. Thank you, I really appreciate it so much. I want to thank my partner Gary, who has been so supportive for the last 4 years and has held my hand throughout this trial every day and every other day. I want to thank my mum and all my family and friends. Lastly, I want to thank my daughter Freya, who I'm most grateful for. She has given me so much strength and courage over the last 6 years throughout this nightmare to keep on pushing forward for justice. I want to show Freya and every other girl and boy that you can stand up for yourself if something happens to you, no matter who the person is, and justice will be served. To all the victims of sexual assault, I hope my story is a reminder that no matter how afraid you might be, speak up, you have a voice, and keep on fighting for justice. I know this has impacted not only my life, my daughters, my family and friends tremendously, and it's something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life. But now that justice has been served, I can now try and move on and look forward to the future with my family and friends and daughter.
Conor McGregor was accompanied to court today for the first time.
Yeah, and just so you know, often what happens in sexual assault cases, be they criminal or civil, is depending on the outcome, it has an effect on victims of sexual assault who are watching a high-profile case like this. It can go one way or the other. When a sexual assault victim is not given the justice that they deserve, it can create a chilling effect where other victims look at this and see it as yet another nail in the coffin of justice and decide that they do not want to come forward because they do not believe that they will be believed, that they will receive the justice they deserve. But it can also have, it can go the other way when you have a case like this where Nikita Hand has fought for 4 years against one of the most famous MMA fighters in the world, who has an enormous fan base, millions and millions of dollars, just endless resources. And, it was not a criminal trial, it was a civil trial, but she still won. And the determination was that Conor McGregor was guilty of rape and battery. And this has already had an effect where the Dublin Rape Crisis Center has reported that rape helpline calls have almost doubled after this case. Rachel Morrow, chief executive of the Crisis Center, added that the number of first-time callers increased by 50% over the weekend. In the 6 hours immediately after the verdict was delivered on Friday afternoon, the calls surged by 150%. I think the trial has resulted in the scales falling off some people's eyes as to what the victim experience is in an adversarial legal situation, Ms. Morrow said. It has also thrown up some societal questions around the blame and shame placed on the victim when it really needs to be solely at the door of the perpetrator. In Ireland, 1 in 2 people who have experienced sexual violence will never tell another person. Rape Crisis NI Interim Project Coordinator Aisling Graham told BBC Radio Ulster's Evening Extra program that calls to their information and support service has doubled over the last week. It's difficult to say if that is due to recent news events or if it's not. We wouldn't ask our survivors exactly what has made them call. However, Ms. Graham went on to say they are noticing Rape Crisis NI are getting more calls of historic events. People are thinking that they're ready to disclose or ready to report. That could be something that people are seeing in the news of survivors. It could be a range of different things. Ms. Graham also added that following cases of this nature, their organization would see an increase in people seeking help. So it is, most of the times it feels as if abusers get away with abuse. And in these rare instances where justice is delivered, although, Conor McGregor is a free man walking around, it is still a win for Nikita Hand and for survivors. And, the hope is that more people are able to come forward and report what happened to them, and that they don't feel scared into silence by this culture that protects violent abusers. Oh shit, I just accidentally
Sexual sex twice, and there was no distress from her. He said he did not choke her, there was no tampon, and the bruising on her body did not come from him. James Lawrence said he had consensual sex with Ms. Hand twice after Mr. McGregor and Ms. Keeley left. Ms. Hand said she had no memory of this. Her lawyers said the two men were in cahoots to try to confuse the narrative. Both men pointed to lies Ms. Hand told and to her demeanour in CCTV footage at the hotel before and especially after the alleged incident. In his summing up, Mr. Justice Alexander Owens told the jury they should base their decision on a sound evidential basis and not lazy assumptions or victim blaming. If they found in favour of Ms. Hand, he told them they should award substantial damages, as he said rape was a very serious matter.
Calls to the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre increased significantly during the case against Conor McGregor, which attracted widespread media attention. Its chief executive, Rachel Morrow, said calls increased by 17% in the first 10 days and contact by first-time callers rose by 50% in the same period.
Conor McGregor was described in court as a person you might either like or loathe, but someone you cannot avoid. His celebrity status as a mixed martial arts fighter meant this case was always going to attract the cameras and the crowds. The intense media attention, however, had another effect. Calls to the Dublin Rape Crisis Centre rose significantly.
It's having a really profound effect on the people who use Dublin Rape Crisis Centre services. When we looked at the figures for the first 10 days of the trial, we could see that calls increased by 17% and the number of first-time callers increased by 50%. And this case is being directly referenced by many of those callers who are distressed at the contents that they're reading in the traditional media, but also that they're accessing information that is being pushed at them through social media. So it's a really distressing time for them.
Many of the callers to the Rape Crisis Centre were concerned about the level of detail being reported and the identities of the parties being revealed and what it might mean when they come to navigate the court process. But this case was unlike most others.
There's so many unusual features around this case. One is that it is being tried in the civil courts rather than the criminal courts, and that means that neither the victim nor the accused has any right to anonymity. So we're hearing details that we wouldn't usually hear, and in addition to that, the defendant is an international celebrity, so there's this huge, phenomenal, global interest in the trial.
Another feature of this case was the fact that no criminal prosecution took place when the DPP decided there was no reasonable prospect of a conviction. In a criminal action, the standard of proof is higher. A jury must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt before it can convict. Here, at the civil courts, the standard of proof is on the balance of probability. So a jury has to decide if something was more likely to have happened than not. Vivian Traynor, RTE News at the High Court.
And there are I think this is there are details about this case that are especially excruciating, and the one that always stood out to me is that the bruising and abrasions on Nikita Hand's body were so severe that when she was taken into an ambulance the next day to be assessed in the sexual assault treatment unit, the paramedic who examined her told the court that she had not seen, quote, someone so bruised in a long time. And Nikita said that Conor had pinned her to a bed before assaulting her, and that she had she had begged him over and over again, said that she just was saying, I'm sorry, please don't do this. He was basically, the reason that he did that is he was telling her that that's what it's like to be thrown into a chokehold, because that had happened to him in whatever fucking match it was that was right before this instance. After 8 days of evidence and 3 days of listening to closing speeches and the judge's comments, the jury of 8 women and 4 men spent 6 hours and 10 minutes deliberating before returning with its verdict. McGregor was accompanied by his partner, Dee Devlin, his parents, his sister, and his brother-in-law. He sat in the back row of the court between his partner and mother, Margaret. The jury had previously heard that on the day of the attack, Miss Hand and her colleague, Daniel Keeley, went to the hotel's penthouse suite with McGregor and Mr. Lawrence after their work Christmas party. They gave evidence of how they had been partying all night from December 8th into the morning of December 9th, had been heavily drinking and taking cocaine. McGregor denied causing the bruising to Nikita Hand, saying it could have happened after she, quote, swan dived into the bath in the hotel room. The jury had been told how Miss Hand had to leave her job as a hairdresser and has not been able to work since due to her mental health, that her relationship with her partner ended months after the incident and she had to move out of her home in Drimnaw, and that her mortgage was now in arrears. She also said she had to stop seeing a counselor because she could no longer afford to pay for the sessions. Lucas Mucus, thank you for the 20 months. Yeah, it is such an it was such an incredibly violent incident, and one where one where it's a rare case that a victim, and remember, it's always about being a perfect victim. What were you wearing? Were you drinking? Why did you go up to the room? Why didn't you report it immediately? Like, all those questions are always asked. But in this case, Nikita was so badly injured that she had to be taken in an ambulance the next day. She had to be assessed for sexual assault treatment for sexual assault. And the evidence of the sexual assault, and sorry, this is about to be this is another part of the case that is like extremely awful. Her tampon was shoved so deeply inside her that they had to surgically remove it. So what I'm trying to say is, so often the required evidence in a sexual assault case is not available. And if there is evidence, it's not seen as enough. And in this case, there was overwhelming physical evidence to attest to the fact that she had been brutally raped and battered. And still, it was not enough for criminal charges. And it's why she had to go through the civil courts, because the burden of proof is lower. And because when it comes to sexual assault, it is often the only path for a victim to receive any justice. Not sure I missed it, but he's paying $250K. Is he serving time too? No, because it was a civil trial. But, you know, of course, like the responses to this outcome by Conor McGregor fans, and also just by people who simply do not believe victims, is the same thing that we see every time. Oh yeah, well, why was she partying? Oh yeah, well, she was drinking and did cocaine, so it's her fault. I think oftentimes, you know, you see people where they're not even necessarily denying that like something happened, but it's still the fault of the victim. So there's some people who will just deny and say, no, this person was not sexually assaulted. And then there are others who will acknowledge it, but the responsibility is on the victim because they were partying, because they went to a club, because they went up to the room of the person who ended up sexually assaulting them. Let me just, I know this person has been banned, but just for anyone else listening, Asking the female those difficult questions can be helpful in reframing the victim mindset. If one realizes how they contributed, it helps lessen the pain. No. That is victim blaming. That is you saying, actually, the responsibility is not on the perpetrator. The responsibility is not on the abuser. The responsibility is on the victim. And there is no way of getting around that is what you believe when that is what you say. To think that somebody who has been assaulted will feel better about their assault if they accept the fact that they were responsible for their assault, guess what? That is what this society already does, and it is what contributes to the silencing of rape victims. It is what contributes to a culture that has normalized violent, abusive men. When you say something, when you believe that, oh, actually, it's good for the victims to take responsibility in their own assault, that helps nobody but the abusers. Okay? And this is why victims don't report. The perception is that the victim put themselves in that situation. Exactly. If you think that there is any positive outcome to a culture of blaming the victim who was assaulted, then you are part of the problem. And I know that chatter got banned, but this is to remind everybody why that is what part of this fucking problem is. Okay? This is rape culture, right? When we talk about rape culture, that is part of rape culture. It is asking the victim, why were you not responsible for your safety? Rather than asking the abuser, why do you believe you have the right to violently abuse another person? Rather than asking society itself, why do we take the side of the abuser and not of the abused? Silence/victims thinking it was their fault is the way that the Catholic Church was able to diddly free for damn decades in this country, BSA 2. Yes, it is what allows this to continue and to be normalized. And people who possess the power, so in the Catholic Church situation, the Catholic Church is the powerful entity, and they utilized that power to silence the victims of the various priests who were causing harm. They are well aware of their power in the situation, and they use that power to perpetuate these harms. It was your fault you got murdered, bro. Yeah, and that's the thing, okay? I think when you apply this to any other type of crime, people can see how that falls apart. If you say, exactly like you said, like, hey, bro, why didn't you stop yourself from getting murdered? Do we see how insane that is? Like, that's a great way of looking at how absolutely bullshit it is when it comes to sexual violence, when it comes to crimes of rape and assault, to go, well, why was the person who was the victim in this situation not making sure that they weren't a victim? All right, let's take a look at what has happened after this. Conor McGregor did put out a statement, and the only thing he said he was sorry for was that he stepped out on his wife. Which, fuck you, dude. That's what he's sorry for, that he cheated on his wife. And then his wife his wife, who is a perfect example of a woman who has internalized misogyny. This is a woman who does not want to, I mean, this is her husband, so there's that factor there. But this is a woman who believes that women are the problem. Or sorry, the fiance. Yeah, whatever. This is a woman who does not want to acknowledge her own oppression as a woman in this society. She does not want to believe that women are victims, because then that changes her understanding of the world, right? It's easier to pretend that all these women are just liars, that they're whores, that they're asking for it, that like whatever, okay? Blame the woman. Women are whores and they lie, and they do this because they can make a buck off a powerful rich man. My sons will be warned women like you exist in the world, rather than my sons will be raised to treat all people with dignity and respect. Nope. Instead, hey, honey, just so you know, there are women out there who will try and ruin your life by accusing you of something like rape. Yeah, what a great way to raise our boys in this world. Rather than raising boys to treat all humans, which include women, because guess what? Women are human beings. Men, women, we're all human beings. And we should all treat one another with dignity and respect. We should not harm another human being because we believe we have the right to do so. Like, shocking. No way. Wow. You should treat women like the human beings that women are. Sorry if this is dark, and if it is, feel free to delete, but I mean, it's not like Connor's going to stop being a violent assaulter, so I almost pity her. You know, it's kind of like the to go back to the conversation with Josh Cedar, right? Where here's somebody who has internalized transphobia. The empathy only goes so far. The pitying this person only goes so far, because they are part of the problem. And you know, Dee Devlin is a woman who refuses to believe that the man she is with is a violent rapist. And instead, she looks at the world in the way that a world dominated by men needs her to look at the world, and that is that women are liars, that women are whores, that any woman who challenges the power structure is to be taken down. Misogyny is the law enforcement of the patriarchy. Never forget that. Never forget that. Misogyny is the law enforcement branch of the patriarchy. And women are soldiers of the patriarchy. Women like Dee Devlin, she is not somebody who will accept the reality of how these existing structures are. It also becomes circular. People will say, why didn't you say something when it happened? Because they won't be believed if they do report it. The burden of proof always on the victim. There has to be some type of physical evidence proving something happened. Yeah. We've talked about this. We've talked about this a lot. The patriarchy depends on women having internalized misogyny. Yes, women are soldiers for the patriarchy, and imagine if every woman stopped being a soldier for a world where men are dominant, where the status quo, where the societies that we live in dictate men are entitled to this power and what that power brings because of the gender that they are, because they are men. Even if you look past the sexual assault, which she shouldn't, her partner cheated on her and she still thinks it's the victim's fault. Yeah. I don't know this woman, but I know women like Dee Devlin. And the women I know who are like Dee Devlin are women who are accepting their second-class citizen status, especially white women. White women who are happy to be put in a cage per their gender, as long as they have advantages, as long as they are in a bigger cage, a cage that is higher than, say, black women, right? Than, say, a trans woman. And this is why so many white women are, consistently vote for Republicans, even as they are very clear in their, in their plans to take away women's rights, to control women's bodily autonomy. Because the trade-off, it's like, it's an unwritten agreement of, hey, guess what? You're a woman, which means you are not equal to men, but you're a white woman. So you will still have status above other marginalized groups in this country. Two companies drop Conor McGregor after the jury rules against him in rape case. Company behind Proper No. 12 Whiskey drops the MMA star. Proximo Spirits, the owner of Irish whiskey brand Proper No. 12, will no longer feature McGregor's name or image on the drink. Going forward, we do not plan to use Mr. McGregor's name and likeness in the marketing of the brand. Video game developer 10 Interactive or IO. I think that's IO Interactive. Also ended its collaboration with McGregor, who had played the role of a fighter in the game Hitman. In light of the recent court ruling regarding Conor McGregor, IO Interactive has made the decision to cease its collaboration with the athlete, effective immediately. We take this matter very seriously and cannot ignore its implications. Consequently, we will begin removing all content featuring Mr. McGregor from our storefronts starting today. This is one of those things where this is the only move that should be made. This is not something where it's like, oh, yay, this company is super based for doing this. This company is doing what should be done. And any company or anyone who continues to work with Conor McGregor should be shamed for it. Only two companies, one of which he already sold. The fuck, man. Right. I mean, again, it's like such a rare instance that somebody of Conor's status and wealth actually is found guilty in any court, right? Civil or criminal, let alone an immediate effect with, even though it's two companies, one of which he already sold, but like, this is what should happen. Supermarket Tesco said it was removing Proper No. 12 whiskey from sale in the UK and Ireland. A spokesperson for BWG Foods said the products were no longer listed for distribution across its network of Spar, Eurospar, Mace, Lundis, and XL stores. Shop chain owner Musgrave is also no longer stocking products linked to the mixed martial arts fighter. Musgrave operates the Super Value, Centro, Daybreak, and Mace brands.
I think it's very important that we all come together, women of Ireland, and stand for Nikita and all the girls like Nikita and all the women like Nikita and also the men like Nikita.
Just to see somebody being vindicated and being heard when she's originally told she can't be heard, and all that she's had to go through to actually get to the situation that she's in now, and to actually have been heard, it's horrendous. And so many victims go through the same thing.
The fact is as well that women are judged. Society judges victims. What were they wearing? What do they look like? Going out drinking? What were they doing? All of that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether people are drinking, whether they're partying, whatever. No means no.
Yeah, let me explain something. Okay, let's once again talk about a topic we talk about constantly, which is consent. Okay. If I am in a situation with someone where I'm flirting with them at a bar, okay, they say, do you want to come home with me? And I say, yes. We get in a car and I continue to communicate that I'm down. Okay. I'm consenting to this. We get back to their place. I'm still saying yes. If I get to a point where I say no, then no means no. Okay? No means no. It does not matter if there were 10 yeses before that. It does not matter if I was drinking. It doesn't matter if I came on to this person, if I was the one who struck up this conversation. It is that fucking simple. And this is still something that people don't understand. And they will bad faith interpret it and be like, oh, okay, well, you can't flirt with anybody. It's like, no, you can, you fucking freak. People do it all the time. People flirt all the time. People go out. People get into a situation where they're about to hook up. People do hook up. Consent can always be revoked. And when we talk about consent, we also mean enthusiastic consent, not consent that has been coerced. So if you're forcing someone and they're saying no, 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 and you're forcing them so heavily that they finally give in and say yes, that is not consent. Okay? And this doesn't mean that like every step of having sex or about to have sex, you'd be like, hey, is that a yes? Hey, is that a yes? And again, these are all arguments that are made by people who want to continue perpetrating this normalization of rape culture and of like not having respect for anybody and not acknowledging the importance of consent in sexual situations. So they will turn it into like, oh yeah, well that really kills the mood. This is not something where the only outcome of proper consent is every 2 seconds being like, hey, so I just want to make sure, is that a yes that we can have sex? Hey, so we're having sex and I just want to make sure, are you consenting to this? No, you're being obtuse, okay? You are using this argument like any other argument, because if it's not this argument, you'll find another argument to use. There are so many ways you can ask for consent in a sexy way. Yes. Yeah, and like just checking in with someone too. You know, that's something that I do like when I've been in relationships, when I've been with someone and I know that person very well. It's like a natural thing where you're like, oh, are you okay? Is like, you know, do you want me to do this? Like blah, 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 blah. It's not this thing where it has to be super wooden and mood killing and, you know, boner killing or whatever. You know, I mean, that's the thing with sex anyway, is that it should be something where you are communicating, because especially if it's with a new partner, if it's with someone you haven't been before, like that is helpful to gauge what somebody likes and what they're into, or maybe what they're not into, or, you know, if they're not feeling it, whatever it is, like communication is always important. Communication in sex is a good thing. All right. Don't you want to be a good sex story? Yeah. Do you think that just like total silence and, hey, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna just do what I've always done and expect that that will work for every single person that I am with because I'm a sex god? Like, let me tell you, there is not a single person who got better at sex because they didn't communicate. Sex is something you get better at because you talk to the people that you're having sex with, and because you learn what you like. And that's how sex becomes this thing that is actually enjoyable, and you learn your body and you know, the person that you're with. Like, everyone's different. You literally level up. Yeah, exactly. Sinn Féin leader Mary Lou McDonald has said the director of public prosecutions should offer an answer on why they chose not to prosecute Conor McGregor. Yeah. I agree with this. Why did they choose not to prosecute Conor McGregor? Expressing her solidarity and support for Miss Han, McDonald said she's been through a horrible, horrible ordeal. I think she deserves, and I think women more broadly deserve, the absolute reassurance that the DPP has really interrogated this matter correctly and has taken the correct course of action. Now, I'm aware that there is a distinction between a criminal charge and a civil case, and the burden of proof is different in both. So it's not for me to do the DPP's job for them, but I think it is reasonable. I've heard it in conversations, countless conversations, women asking, well, how is it that since the civil case was successful that a criminal charge was not pursued? I think in the interest of public confidence, it would be very, very helpful to have an answer. In 2020, the DPP told Ms. Han that there was, quote, insufficient evidence to bring a criminal case and that there was not a reasonable prospect of conviction. Ms. Han asked the DPP to review the decision, saying she felt she was being treated differently because one of the suspects was famous. When asked about the DPP's decision not to prosecute, the outgoing Irish Justice Minister Helen McEntee said, "We have a very independent system in this country, and I think that's right." A hearing on legal fees is due to take place this week. McGregor has also vowed to appeal the decision. Look, I don't speak Irish, okay? I might be Irish. I don't speak Irish. All I know how to pronounce is Saoirse Ronan's name. Okay, and then story number 2 is about Marilyn Manson and Evan Rachel Wood. Girk, thank you for the 12 months. Marilyn Manson has dropped a lawsuit that he filed against Evan Rachel Wood and abandoned a related appeal attempting to revive his previous defamation claim. So what happened was, after the Amber Johnny trial, Marilyn Manson, who's very good friends with Johnny Depp, went, oh, this can work. So he decided that he was going to sue his former partner, Evan Rachel Wood, who had alleged that he had raped and sexually abused her. And he went, I'm going to sue her for defamation because I'm going to win this. And the court said, or the judge said, no. They said, I don't think so. And so now he has to pay $327,000 for her attorney fees. Wood's attorneys Michael Kump, Sean Hawley, and Catherine Kleindeist of Kinsella, Hawley, Iser, Kump, Stein, Sapir. Okay, that is too many names. I'm sorry. Kinsella, Hawley, Iser, Kump, Stein, Sapir, LLP. Do they have to say that every time when they're like, hi, I'm Michael Kump from Kinsella, Hawley, Iser, Kump, Stein, Sapir, LLP? Hello. Said in a statement that Manson, whose real name is Brian Warner, had sought to settle the lawsuit this past spring at the same time that he was appealing a judge's rulings against him. His initial offer was to pay a portion of Wood's fees in return for keeping the settlement confidential, other than releasing a mutually agreed upon statement. Wood rejected this offer. Her lawyers say she did not want to agree to confidentiality or the other terms. Warner subsequently agreed to drop his suit against Wood completely and pay her full lawyer's fees. Marilyn Manson, whose real name is Brian Warner, filed a lawsuit against Miss Wood as a publicity stunt to try to undermine the credibility of his many accusers and revive his faltering career. But his attempt to silence and intimidate Miss Wood failed, a rep for Wood said in a statement. As the trial court correctly found, Warner's claims were meritless. Warner's decision to finally abandon his lawsuit and pay Miss Wood her full fee award of almost $327,000 only confirms as much. After 4 years of fighting a battle where he was able to tell the truth, Brian is pleased to dismiss his still pending claims and appeal in order to close the door on this chapter of his life. That's what his attorney said. Yeah, I love how it's like, you know what? He just wanted to be able to tell the truth, and now he's happy to pay. Warner filed the lawsuit in March 2022, weeks before the release of the two-part documentary Phoenix Rising, in which Wood detailed her allegations of rape and sexual abuse against Warner and how that led her to advocate for legislation in favor of abuse survivors. I wonder if there is a trailer.
It's always really hard for me to look at photos of myself from before. I've kept this journal since I was 15. I made a new friend. I'm here today to talk about Brian Warner, also known to the world as Marilyn Manson.
He studied how to manipulate people. He groomed her. He's a predator.
Everyone was looking at Marilyn Manson and they weren't looking at Brian Warner.
Numerous women heard my story and they knew exactly who it was. I realized that I wasn't the only one that this had happened to. You're not alone. I know, it's crazy. We were outside of the statute of limitations. We had run out of time and nothing in our evidence could help us.
Statistically, a lot of victims take 7 to 10 years to even recognize that they were a victim of this abuse.
Oh, I completely forgot that she was 18 years old and he was 37. Yeah. Yeah. He was 37, she was 18. They met in 2006. And the documentary, which this is the trailer that we're watching, it selects from journal entries recounting her emotions as Marilyn Manson turned her against friends and family. There's so many press and paparazzi photos of them together, which makes public fascination with the pair a gorgeous Hollywood Lolita with middle America's nightmare in goth makeup. Oh my God, I remember these photos. Feel even more queasy now. During filming from 2019 until Wood publicly named Manson on Instagram in February 2021, several other women and former Manson associates come forward with details either mirroring her experience or corroborating her memories riddled by the repetitive trauma, sleep deprivation, and drugs that she says Manson forced on her. I can't stop thinking about this evidence. Most women don't have near the documentation that Wood does as confirmation or support for their own memories, let alone as material for authorities. As we have seen time and again with first-person accounts stemming from the revelations of the Me Too movement, there's power in catharsis in discourse, in disclosure, in telling one's story. But for all Wood's personal testimony, her processing of years of memories through the language of trauma and therapy for herself and for us, the pursuit of legal action, the backbone of Phoenix Rising's narrative, comes down to documentation, files, photos, a case.
I became an activist fighting for victims and survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. Not only did people hear our stories, but they said, yeah, we hear you and something does need to change.
Any bills that will expand the statute of limitations is really important to survivors like us.
We need to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else.
I realized that this is the first time I haven't been doubted or questioned or shamed. This is the first time that someone was really listening. I was like, what is this feeling? And it's this feeling of being believed.
Here's when she testified about being essayed.
My name is Evan Rachel Wood, and I'm an artist, but I am also a...
it's important to just go back through this to emphasize how fucking disgusting it was that Marilyn Manson saw the outcome of the Depp Heard trial and went, ooh, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to sue her for quote unquote defamation. And that's why, like, you know, it's one of those things where I try to find news that is good news, and often the news is fucking horrible. And so, you know, Conor McGregor being found guilty, Marilyn Manson having to drop his lawsuit and pay $327,000 in legal fees, like, this is so rare. It's so rare that this happens.
Domestic violence and sexual assault survivor and the single mother of a young boy. When I was 5 years old, I started working in film, and every day since then, I've worked to reach the very privileged place I'm aware that I occupy. And I'm here today to use my position as an artist, survivor, mother, and advocate to bring a human voice to the population of 25 million survivors in the U.S. who are currently experiencing inequality under the law and who desperately need basic civil rights. I struggle to speak to you today because I'm not sure what words are appropriate when discussing this issue. However, if you can't hear the whole truth, you will never know true empathy, and I believe in the saying, if we have to live through it, then you should have to hear it. There are two specific instances of sexual assault and violence I've experienced that really stick out in my mind. In fact, they are burned into my brain, branded there for life, a mental scar that I feel every day. My experience with domestic violence was this: toxic mental, physical, and sexual abuse, which started slow but escalated over time, including threats against my life, severe gaslighting and brainwashing, waking up to the man that claimed to love me raping what he believed to be my unconscious body. And the worst part, sick rituals of binding me up by my hands and feet to be mentally and physically tortured until my abuser felt I had proven my love for them. In this moment, while I was tied up and being beaten and being told unspeakable things, I truly felt like I could die, not just because my abuser said to me, I could kill you right now, but because in that moment I felt like I left my body and I was too afraid to run. He would find me. I froze, and it was as if I could see myself from the outside, and for the first time in months, I felt something, utter shame and despair. I had no idea what to do to change my situation, so I went numb, and soon I couldn't feel anything. I wasn't alive. My self-esteem and spirit were broken. I was deeply terrified, and that fear lives with me to this day. What makes me more hurt and more angry...
Also, I think this is from 2017, so just to give you a timeline, she was 30, I think here, maybe late 20s, and she testified in front of a congressional committee that she had been raped and repeatedly abused. She did not name who the alleged predator was in this. It was in 2021 that she took to social media and named Marilyn Manson as as her abuser. and said that he had groomed and horrifically abused her during their relationship that lasted from 2007 to 2010. So she was 18 again when they had first met.
Angry than the actual rape and abuse itself was that piece of me that was stolen, which altered the course of my life. Because of this abuse, my already spiritless person, when I was pushed onto the floor of a locked storage closet by another attacker after hours at a bar, my body instinctively knew what to do. Disappear, go numb, make it go away. Being abused and raped previously made it easier for me to be raped again, not the other way around. And not a day goes by when I don't hear the words this man whispered into my ear over and over. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. And then my small voice sang back, no, 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 until it faded into nothing. And I remember the feeling of shutting down or freezing and utter shock taking over, and I couldn't even make a sound. I felt a piece of me disappear, a piece that has never returned. In other words, I was not fine, and I am not fine. So often we speak of these assaults as no more than a few minutes of awfulness, but the scars last a lifetime. Even though these experiences happened a decade ago, I still struggle with the aftermath. My relationship suffers, my partners suffer, my mental and physical health suffers. 7 years after my rapes, plural, I was diagnosed with long-term PTSD, which I had been living with all that time without knowledge about my condition. I simply thought I was going crazy. I struggled with depression, addiction, agoraphobia, night terrors. So many times a sleeping partner of mine has awoken to their love screaming in the night and gasping for air in a pool of sweat after having some sort of vivid dream of my abuse or hearing them say my name so loudly in my ear. The feeling of paralysis returns when there's a loud noise and I'm home alone, convinced someone is coming to hurt me. I stay awake all night clutching a baseball bat, which began to replace my distraught and absent partners as trust and touch became increasingly more difficult. I struggled with self-harm to the point of 2 suicide attempts, which landed me in a psychiatric hospital for a short period of time. And this was, however, a turning point in my life when I started seeking professional help to deal with my trauma and mental stress, but others are not so fortunate, and because of this, rape is often more than a few minutes of trauma, but a slow death. And this bill is just one step in the right direction of setting the bar higher for what's right and what the standard will be that we set for society. This, the recognition of basic civil rights for sexual assault survivors serves as a first step. It's a safety net that may help save someone's life one day. And even though we've passed this bill at a federal level, there's still work to be done. And in order to ensure that all survivors are protected under that law, we need to pass the Sexual Assault Survivor Bill of Rights in all 50 states. We've done this in 9 so far, and it's our job to make sure that survivors in the remaining 41 are treated with the same humanity and dignity. And this is called progress, and it starts here.
And then here's just a timeline of abuse allegations against this fucking creep. So this goes back to like 1998. Chicago reader critic Jim DeRogatis had called Manson out. Called Manson's autobiography out for generally mistreating one or more women per page on his autobiography. So this guy has been a piece of shit for a very long time. In 2021, Trent Reznor issued a statement denouncing his one-time collaborator. I've been vocal over the years about my dislike of Manson as a person and cut ties with him nearly 25 years ago. December 2001, assault and sexual misconduct charge. He was charged with assaulting a security guard and was accused of felony 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct along with misdemeanor assault and battery. April 2002, wrongful death lawsuit. June 2009, the Spin interview. This was following his first breakup from Evan Rachel Wood. In a Q&A, he said he severely self-harmed following the split. He shared violent thoughts about the then 22-year-old Wood, and that his song, I Want to Kill You Like They Do in the Movies, is about the fantasies that he had every day about smashing her skull in with a sledgehammer. In November 2020, after Manson was asked about Wood's domestic abuse testimonies in an interview with Metal Hammer, the singer hung up the phone. His team later released a statement claiming the sledgehammer comment was obviously a theatrical rock star interview promoting a new record and not a factual account. Yeah, that's giving, it's just a joke, bro. July 2009, violent threats against music journalists. In a blog post, he wrote, "I am far different than the soon-to-be murdered in their home press that has decided to fabricate. If one more journalist makes a cavalier statement about me and my band, I will personally, with my fans, help greet them at their home and discover just how much they believe in their freedom of speech." October 2017, Twiggy Ramirez allegations. His longtime bassist Ramirez was accused by Jack Off Jill singer Jessica Adams of sexual and psychological abuse while they dated in the 90s. Following the allegations, Ramirez was removed from Manson's touring party. Manson said in a statement announcing the exit that he knew nothing about these allegations until very recently and is saddened by Jessica's obvious distress. In a statement to Pitchfork, Ramirez said that he had only been made recently aware of these allegations from over 20 years ago. "I do not condone non-consensual sex of any kind." Yeah, that's real rich of Manson. Like, the company that you keep, this is an instance of, abusers being with other abusers. February 2018, Charlene Yee's allegations. The House actress said in a since-deleted tweet that Manson was a huge fan of the show and visited the cast while they were filming the final season, where he harassed just about every woman, asking if we were going to scissor Rhino, and called me a Chinaman. "Genuinely hope he gets help," she continued. February 2018, Wood testifies before Congress. That was what we just saw. This was in an effort to secure a bill of rights for sexual assault survivors in all 50 states. In August 2018, the LA County District Attorney's Office declines to pursue a case against Manson. So this is a police report filed against him at the height of the Me Too movement for unspecified sex crimes dating back to 2011. The DA declined the case because the statute of limitations had expired and absence of corroboration. April 2019, Wood testifies before a California state panel. Once more declined to name her abuser while detailing her experience with domestic violence. In February 2021, Wood names Manson as her abuser. She took to Instagram to share a statement. "The name of my abuser is Brian Warner, also known to the world as Marilyn Manson. He started grooming me when I was a teenager and horrifically abused me for years. I was brainwashed and manipulated into submission. I am done living in fear of retaliation, slander, or blackmail." She continued, "I am here to expose this dangerous man and call out the many industries that have enabled him before he ruins any more lives. I stand with the many victims who will no longer be silent." Following her post, 4 other women came forward with similarly horrifying allegations against Manson. Their accounts were shared by Vanity Fair. February, Manson calls Wood's claims horrible distortions of reality. Of course, the usual excuse, "No, it was always consensual. You're just misinterpreting the past." In February, he was also dropped by Loma Vista Recordings label, CAA, and his longtime manager. He was also edited out of an episode of the Starz series American Gods. Oh, that's why I didn't know he was in that show. AMC Shudder confirmed it would not be airing a segment of a forthcoming episode of its Creepshow TV series. February 2021, Phoebe Bridgers voices support for the victims. The singer issued a trigger warning on Twitter before delving into her experience at his house when she was a teenager. "I went to Marilyn's house when I was a teenager with some friends. I was a big fan. He referred to a room in his house as the rape room. I thought it was just his horrible frat boy sense of humor. I stopped being a fan. I stand with everyone who came forward." She also alleged that the label knew, management knew, the band knew. You see, this is usually the case, and it's only when it's only when the temperature gets too hot that the enablers for PR purposes will be like, "Oh, sorry, we're out. We got to make ourselves look good." But the thing is that powerful people, and often when we talk about abuse of power and these sexual abusers, we're looking at Hollywood, right? Because there's a huge spotlight on Hollywood, because these are names that we all know, because these are famous people. These people do not do this in the dark of night, right? They're not doing this in the cover of shadows where the people around them who are yes men have no idea that this is going on. No, in fact, they rely on their yes men to allow them to continue to do this. This is how powerful people can abuse their power. When we look at Diddy, how many people around Diddy for years and years enabled Diddy, were absolutely a part of it, even if they were not directly committing the harm. So Phoebe Bridgers said that everybody knew distancing themselves now, pretending to be shocked and horrified is fucking pathetic. Wood shares more harrowing details. She wrote in an Instagram story she had to file a police report last year after becoming aware of a threat about the release of underage photos of herself. She was alerted to threats made by Leslie Lane and Lindsay Usich official, who is Marilyn Manson's wife, or at least was at the time, for conspiring to release photos of me when I was underage, after being given large amounts of drugs and alcohol after Brian performed on Halloween in Las Vegas to ruin my career and shut me up. Yeah, women, if you are doing shit like this, hell is not hot enough. I hope you enjoy the ride to hell with these men who you have hitched your wagon to. Yeah, underage photos of her really makes it seem like she wasn't groomed. Yeah, that's if you want to shut somebody up and paint them as a liar, surely releasing underage photos of them where they were given drugs and alcohol is a great way to do so. She included a copy. No. His wife, like current wife. I don't know if he's still married to this woman, but this was in 2021. She included a copy of the police report with contact and personal information blacked out. She also resurfaced a post which provided more details of what she experienced with Manson. I was called a Jew in a derogatory manner, wrote Wood. He would draw swastikas over my bedside table when he was mad at me. I heard the N-word over and over. She continued, everyone around him was expected to laugh and join in. If you did not, or God forbid called him out, you were singled out and abused more. I have never been more scared in my life. This guy is, he's a monster, man. February 2021, Wolf Alice's Ellie Rousel shares her experience. I met Marilyn backstage at a festival a few years ago. After his compliments towards my band became more and more hyperbolic, I became suspicious of his behavior. I was shocked to look down and see he was filming up my skirt with a GoPro. There were no repercussions for his behavior. She wrote, adding that a member of his tour staff said he does this kind of thing all the time. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? That this culture consists of abusive men like Marilyn Manson, and then others who have normalized and enabled this, whether they are famous or not. And obviously being famous brings protections because you have power, you have resources, you have a godlike complex because everybody around you tells you yes and allows you to pretty much do whatever the fuck you want to do. But this is all part of the culture. And this is the type of thing where, we are, between the Conor McGregor case and the Marilyn Manson case, we're talking about two men who are rich, famous celebrities, but this happens on every level. When you see somebody like on Twitter comment on a woman's post. So for instance, there was a protest in France where women were topless and were protesting, we're protesting for women's rights. They were protesting against sexual abuse. And I saw so many tweets that went viral that had the same comment, that had the same tweet. It was the same tweet, and it said, not a single good pair, shame. Like something to that effect. And how many people laugh and think that's funny, right? So this is all part of the culture. It's little boys in elementary school making rape jokes that they've heard from their older brothers, that they've, picked up online from people like Andrew Tate, and turn around and, say those things to the girls in their classrooms. Like, this is all part of the culture. And if we do not stand up to it, and if we continue to, say that this is normal and okay, then it will never end. When you have streamers who are sexually harassing other streamers and getting support for it by people who think it's funny, by people who think that that's okay to do, that's good behavior, actually, that is not okay. That is not okay. And this is all part of the culture. When someone like me talks about how harmful AI deepfake technology is, and I'm told, you're just jealous we didn't do this to you, or we're going to do this to you next. That is all part of this culture, okay? Speed, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 10. Anyway, this goes on and on and on, because 2021 was a year that a lot of other women came forward after Evan Rachel Wood revealed that Marilyn Manson was her abuser. Look at all this. Home was raided, new abuse details. Manson sues Evan Rachel Wood. Okay, so this is the lawsuit. Then that lawsuit was dismissed. There were other lawsuits. And now this is the recent, where Manson drops a lawsuit against Wood and now has to pay $327,000 in her attorney fees. Flunky, thank you so much for the 10 as well. Lucen Text, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, all right. I want to watch this video.
Before I begin my presentation, I want to say it's a great honor for me to be part of a program with so many impressive women. I also want to say, and thank you to the organizers to invite me to be part of this. It's important that I say, and that men say, when we do the work that we do, and especially in the field of gender violence prevention that I'm going to talk with you about this morning, it's important that we acknowledge that the growing movement of men in the United States, in a multicultural sense, and all around the world in an international sense, the growing movement of men who are standing up and speaking out about men's violence against women and going into parts of male culture that have historically been either apathetic about or openly hostile to women's efforts to engage them. That movement of men is indebted to the leadership of women on a personal level, on a professional level, on a political level, on an intellectual level, on every level. Women built these movements, and these are movements that are affecting, in a positive way, everybody, not just women and girls, but also men and boys.
Yeah. And that's, this whole video is going to go into this, or this whole speech is going to go into this, but ending violence against women, dismantling the power structures in this world that dictate the control of men over women's bodies. Like, all of this is not just something that is good for women, but it's good for men as well. Unfortunately, there are terrible people like an Andrew Tate who take advantage of the insecurity of men, particularly young men, and they are telling them that these progressive movements, that these civil rights movements are bad for men, that women gaining any power, women being heard, women, how many times do we see these fuckers say, oh, women can just accuse you of rape and ruin your life? And now there are a lot of young men who believe that their lives are, that their lives have gotten worse because women's lives have gotten better, that women have the actual power because all they have to do is cry rape and a man's life is over. And this is where like the victimization mindset comes in, where men are the victims here. And every time you see a new allegations, or you see a lawsuit like the one filed against Conor McGregor, this is evidence of the power that women have. Like, this is what they believe. Do you think women like McGregor's wife think they're becoming part of the in-group and so it won't happen to them? I explained this earlier, that women like McGregor's wife, fiance, whatever, she is accepting her status as a second-class citizen because she is a woman. Women like that also do not want to accept their own oppression, because it is very difficult, because it challenges your relationship with the men in your life. You look at like your relationship with your father, with your brothers, with your partner, with all the men in your life who you have allowed to treat you as a second-class citizen. When you acknowledge the oppression of women, you can't pretend anymore that there's not this inequality. Like, there are a lot of women who do not want to believe that they are oppressed. Just like, black people who vote for Donald Trump and are like, nope, there's no such thing as racism. It is a choice that somebody makes, because the alternative is to accept a world where they are being crushed by these existing power structures.
And oftentimes men like myself get a lot of credit and public acclaim for doing the work that women have been doing for a long time. So one of the ways that we can use the spotlight is to thank women and honor women's leadership going forward today, tomorrow, and into the future. Now, having said that, I'm going to share with you a paradigm-shifting perspective on the issues of gender violence, sexual assault, domestic violence, relationship abuse, sexual harassment, sexual abuse of children, that whole range of issues that I'll refer to in shorthand as gender violence issues. They've been seen as women's issues that some good men help out with. But I have a problem with that frame, and I don't accept it. I don't see these as women's issues that some good men help out with. In fact, I'm going to argue that these are men's issues, first and foremost. Now, obviously, they're also women's issues, so I appreciate that. But calling gender violence a women's issue is part of the problem for a number of reasons. The first is that it gives men an excuse not to pay attention, right? A lot of men hear the term women's issues and we tend to tune it out and we think, hey, I'm a guy, that's for the girls or that's for the women. And a lot of men literally don't get beyond the first sentence.
This is 100% true. It is 100% true, and it's why I say often the people who need to hear these things are not listening, because they believe that, this is not something that I need to pay any attention to. This is, LGBTQ issues. I'm not LGBTQ. These are all issues, though, that affect everyone, no matter if you are, in the particular group that is being oppressed. So it's why, like, we talk about intersectionality, why we talk about, being an ally is not just because you're a good person, but because we have a responsibility to one another, and because this will make this world a better place for all of us. You know, it's kind of the like, it's this understanding that oppression harms all of us. And he's spot on when he's like, yeah, men, this is not women's issues. And we have to stop framing it that way, because a lot of you believe that this has nothing to do with you then, and you are not going to be a part of the solution.
As a result, it's almost like a chip in our brain is
Thank you,
activated,
Chris.
and the neural pathways take our attention in a different direction when we hear the term women's issues. This is also true, by the way, of the word gender, because a lot of people hear the word gender and they think it means women. So they think that gender issues is synonymous with women's issues. There's some confusion about the term gender. And actually, let me illustrate that confusion by way of analogy. So let's talk for a moment about race. In the US, when we hear the word race, a lot of people think that means African American, Latino, Asian American, Native American, South Asian, Pacific Islander, on and on. A lot of people, when they hear the word sexual orientation, think it means gay, lesbian, bisexual. And a lot of people, when they hear the word gender, think it means women. In each case, the dominant group doesn't get paid attention to, right? As if white people don't have some sort of racial identity or belong to some racial category or construct. As if heterosexual people don't have a sexual orientation. As if men don't have a gender. This is one of the ways that dominant systems maintain and reproduce themselves, which is to say the dominant group is rarely challenged to even think about its dominance, because that's one of the key characteristics of power and privilege, the ability to go unexamined, lacking introspection, and in fact being rendered invisible in large measure in the discourse about issues that are primarily about us. And this is amazing how this works in domestic and sexual violence, how men have been largely erased from so much of the conversation about a subject that is centrally about men. And I'm going to illustrate what I'm talking about by using the old tech. I'm old school on some fundamental regards. I make films and I work with, high tech, but I'm still old school as an educator. And I want to share with you this exercise that illustrates on the sentence structure level how the way that we think, literally the way that we use language, conspires to keep our attention off of men. This is about domestic violence in particular, but you can plug in other analogs. This comes from the work of the feminist linguist Julia Penelope. It starts with a very basic English sentence. John beat Mary. That's a good English sentence. John is the subject, beat is the verb, Mary is the object. Good sentence. Now we're going to move to the second sentence, which says the same thing in the passive voice. Mary was beaten by John. And now a whole lot has happened in one sentence. We've gone from John beat Mary to Mary was beaten by John. We've shifted our...
Why have we talked about active versus passive voice a lot? Is there one topic in particular where this is glaringly obvious and that we have covered for the past 15 months? Palestine and Israel. Yes. Not to get into that topic while we're on this topic, but this is, an example to show you how this is done intentionally and what the effect of it is.
Our focus in one sentence from John to Mary. And you can see John is very close to the end of the sentence, well, close to dropping off the map of our psychic plane. The third sentence, John is dropped, and we have Mary was beaten, and now it's all about Mary. We're not even thinking about John. It's totally focused on Mary. Over the past generation, the term we've used synonymous with beaten is battered. So we have Mary was battered. And the final sentence in this sequence, flowing from the others, is Mary is a battered woman. So now Mary's very identity, Mary is a battered woman, is what was done to her by John in the first instance, but we've demonstrated that John has long ago left the conversation. Now, those of us who work in domestic and sexual violence field know that victim blaming is pervasive in this realm, which is to say blaming the person to whom something was done rather than the person who did it. And we say things like, why do these women go out with these men? Why are they attracted to these men? Why do they keep going back? What was she wearing at that party? What a stupid thing to do. Why was she drinking with that group of guys in that hotel room? This is victim blaming, and there are numerous reasons for it, but one of them is that our whole cognitive structure is set up to blame victims. This is all unconscious. Our whole cognitive structure is set up to ask questions about women and women's choices and what they're doing, thinking, and wearing. And I'm not going to shout down people who ask questions about women, okay? It's a legitimate thing to ask. But let's be clear, asking questions about Mary is not going to get us anywhere in terms of preventing violence. We have to ask a different set of questions, and you can see where I'm going with this, right? The questions are not about Mary, they're about John. The questions include things like, why does John beat Mary? Why is domestic violence still a big problem in the United States and all over the world? What's going on? Why do so many men abuse physically, emotionally, and verbally and other ways the women and girls and the men and boys that they claim to love? What's going on with men? Why do so many adult men sexually abuse little girls and little boys? Why is that a common problem in our society and all over the world today? Why? Why do we hear over and over again about new scandals erupting in major institutions like the Catholic Church or the Penn State football program or the Boy Scouts of America, on and on and on, and then local communities all over the country and all the world, right? We hear about it all the time. Sexual abuse of children. What's going on with men? Why do so many men rape women in our society and around the world? Why do so many men rape other men? What is going on with men? And then what is the role of the various institutions in our society that are helping to produce abusive men at pandemic rates? Because this isn't about individual perpetrators.
Right.
That's a naive way to understanding what is a much deeper and more systematic social problem.
Right. And this is what I talk about all the time when we talk about when we talked about the man versus bear TikTok thing, when I talk about this being a systemic issue. So when somebody in here will be like, well, not all men, when I'm talking about systemic violence against women, it's like, excuse me, hi, I'm an individual man over here, and I would like the record to show that I do not abuse women. It's like, this is not, first of all, about you, and yet you are centering yourself. You are a man centering yourself in a conversation about these existing social harms, about the systemic violence, okay? That is all part of this. Men who are like, okay, sure, there are bad men, but it's not all men. And women will say this too. There are bad men, there are individual bad men, but it's not all men. We know that not every single man is an abuser. I am somebody who has plenty of men in my life. Okay, not like that, but I have a wonderful father, brother, cousins, a partner. If I really believed that all men were bad, that, I really was #all men, then I would not have these relationships with these men in my life. But this is not about individual men. This is about a larger systemic problem. This is about a culture that has, created the ability for men to dominate all aspects of social life, for men to be able to abuse based on the status of their gender. It's not a bunch of lone wolves. It's the conditions that enable those horrible behaviors. Yes. And as a man, as a human being, you should not abuse another human being, right? This is not about being a good man versus a bad man. This is about behaving the way that every human being should behave towards one another. And it's why I will never be like, oh, let's make sure to shower individual attention on a man who is not an abusive piece of shit, because that is what the status quo should be. That is how every man should be. Like, imagine standing up in the middle of a murder trial and going, well, I've never murdered someone. Yeah. Hi, let the record show that I, a person who needs to center myself in this conversation, am not guilty of this behavior, right? When we talk about pervasive anti-Blackness, am I going to go, well, excuse me, I'm not anti-black, right? Like, would I say that to a black person who is talking about systemic racism? Do I need to center myself in that conversation? Be like, excuse me, not all white people or whatever, okay? Not all of us.
The perpetrators aren't these, monsters who crawl out of the swamp and come into town and do their nasty business and then retreat into the darkness. That's a very naive notion, right? Perpetrators are much more normal than that and everyday than that. So the question is, what are we doing here in our society and in the world? What are the roles of the various institutions in helping to produce abusive men? What's the role of religious belief systems, the sports culture, the pornography culture, the family structure, economics and how that intersects, and race and ethnicity and how that intersects? How does all this work? And then once we start making those kind of connections and asking those important and big questions, then we can talk about how can we be transformative? In other words, how can we do something differently? How can we change the practices? How can we change the socialization of boys and the definitions of manhood that lead to these current outcomes? These are the kind of questions that we need to be asking and the kind of work that we need to be doing, but if we're endlessly focused on what women are doing and thinking in relationships or elsewhere, we're not going to get to that piece. Now, I understand that a lot of women who have been trying to speak out about these issues today and yesterday and for years and years often get shouted down for their efforts. They get called nasty names like male basher and man hater and the disgusting and offensive feminazi, right? And you know what all this is about? It's called kill the messenger. It's because the women who are standing up and speaking out for themselves and for other women.
Bless him for using those examples as like the horrible names. There's probably a list of like 50 things I could come up with that are just objectively more offensive. I think whore is just one of them, right? Men love to use the word whore. They love to call women whores because it's dehumanizing, right? And it's why, like, there's certain movements to take back words. And you have people who are like, you know what, I am a whore and I'm reclaiming this, and you no longer have power in that word. But yeah, there are many things that you will be called to demean and dehumanize you for speaking out about your experiences. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Whether I'm talking about it in here or when I was on Emmy Roo's stream one time and we were sharing experiences growing up as young Asian girls in predominantly white communities, and people in her chat were like disgusted with me for poisoning Emmy Roo's mind with my, evil politics. It's like you can't even talk about your lived experiences without being shut down. I saw a clip of Ray today talking about how no matter how successful she is, no matter how hard she has worked to earn that success, how deserving she is of her success, no matter what, her father who died, how she takes care of her mother and her sister and blah, 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 blah. There are so many people who will still look at her and say, you do not deserve this as a woman. And she was talking about that. And I just I go, yeah, I'm sure the comments in here are rife with those exact people. I've noticed this trend now of these fuck ass Twitter accounts who will take clips of female streamers and assign false sexually explicit headlines, Pokimane in particular, where Pokimane will just be sitting there, like, it's a clip of her talking to her chat, and the tweet will be like, Pokimane shows off her pussy or something like that. And then with a fuck ass steak advert in the bottom. Yeah, don't forget to put the steak logo on it.
As well as for men and boys, it's a statement to them to sit down and shut up. Keep the current system in place because we don't like it when people rock the boat. We don't like it when people challenge our power. You better sit down and shut up, basically.
And like for men who stand up and call out this bad behavior, they'll get called gay, they'll get called pussies, they'll get called bitch boys, they'll get called whipped, they'll get called weak, they'll get called all sorts of words that are meant to are meant to like show these men as weak, right? Like white knight, simps is a big one. Yep, I've seen that happen. Like I can't remember like what it was, but I remember there were like quite a few tweets or comments of people from my community who had like defended me over something, and I saw like multiple replies calling them simps, calling them, weak soy boys. She's not gonna fuck you, bro. Yeah, oh, that's a big one. Yeah, hey bro, she ain't gonna fuck you. Yeah, you believe this woman should be treated as a human being? You're a simp. You're a simp. Ray talked about those Twitter accounts yesterday.
No matter how much I try to be
this was the clip
successful,
that I
no
saw.
matter how hard I try to be powerful in my career, no matter how hard I try to gain respect from my peers, it feels like to some people, it just does. They will never care. Like they will never respect me because I'm a girl, kind of thing. If I make one mistake, I lose all respect, kind of thing. So, yeah, it's just people that just don't care.
Yeah, and then it's like if you post a bikini photo, you're just trying to sell sex. If you post a photo, where you look sexy in that photo, you are, you're being a conniving, scheming whore. It's why like every political female candidate, even if I disagree with their politics, I'm not going to deny the misogyny that exists, where every one of them, people will try and dig up like, oh, they just slept their way to the top. Like there were motherfuckers who were literally saying Kamala Harris was going to sleep her way into the White House. And what I said was, if that were actually possible, that's pretty fucking impressive. If you can literally sleep your way into becoming the president of the United States, hats off. But that's a common that's a commonly said thing to diminish a woman's success, is to say, oh, you just fucked your way to the top, right? That women are not capable of achieving success without there being a man involved in some capacity.
Some people just don't care. Some people don't care about I don't know, treating others as equals, really. It feels like no matter how
Yeah.
And thank goodness that women haven't done that. Thank goodness that we live in a world where there's so much women's leadership that can counteract that. But one of the powerful roles that men can play in this work is that we can say some things that sometimes women can't say, or better yet, we can be heard.
Imagine sleeping your way to getting the nuclear codes. God. And it's amazing to me that there are female streamers who get more hate than male streamers who are actively causing harm, who are legitimately who are having legitimately terrible effects on the platforms that they reside on, the millions of people who follow them. It's we talked about all the harassment and hate that Iron Mouse gets. We watched that video yesterday. I mean, Biden slept through his term. Does that count? Yeah. Biden slept not his way to the top, but through his entire presidency.
Heard saying some things that women often can't be heard saying. Now, I
Slept
appreciate
his way to
that's
the
a
end.
problem, it's sexism, but it's the truth. And so one of the things that I say to men, and my colleagues and I always say this, is we need more men who have the courage and the strength to start standing up and saying some of this stuff. And standing with women, not against them, pretending that somehow this is a battle between the sexes and other kinds of nonsense. We live in the world together. And by the way, one of the things that really bothers me about some of the rhetoric that against feminists and others who have built the battered women's and rape crisis movements around the world is that somehow, like I said, that they're anti-male. What about all the boys who are profoundly affected in a negative way by what some adult man is doing against their mother, themselves, their sisters? What about all those boys? What about all the young men and boys who have been traumatized by adult men's violence? You know what? The same system that produces men who abuse women produces men who abuse other men. And if we want to talk about male victims, let's talk about male victims. Most male victims of violence are the victims of other men's violence. So that's something that both women and men have in common. We are both victims of men's violence. So we have it in our direct self-interest, not to mention the fact that most men that I know have women and girls that we care deeply about in our families, in our friendship circles, and every other way. So there's so many reasons why we need men to speak out. It seems obvious saying it out loud.
And this is not a zero-sum game, men. This is not, if you speak out for women, if you advocate for equality, for, ending violence against women, that this somehow will make your life worse. In fact, it's all connected, right? When we talk about the pitfalls of toxic masculinity, of the expectations on men that you have to be strong, that you can't show emotion or else you're gay or you're a woman, right? That you have to be in control because you are a man, that you have to be dominant because you are a man. Like this is harmful for women and for men. Yeah. Fellas, is it gay to speak out against violence on women? Right? Cole Wonder, thank you so much for the 20. Imagine having the conviction and courage to speak this truth. Yeah, and I think it really begins with recognizing how dismantling these harmful structures will benefit all of us, right? And all of this begins with understanding that none of us should be battling against one another, right? LGBTQ progress does not mean that that the straights are losing out. Progress within the Black community does not mean that white people are suffering or should suffer, right? This is not zero sum. This is not, oh, this group goes up, then this group goes down. Heard my neighbor yelling at his young grandson to stop crying like a little girl. Right. This is the mentality that is hammered into children at a young age. Boys are being told, don't be a bitch. Don't be a sissy, right? Don't be weak. Don't be a girl. You're such a girl. You're so gay. This is what men are taught from a young age by the people around them who grew up thinking this because that's what they were taught, right? Yeah, you throw like a girl. You sound like a girl. Because gay people and women are seen as weak. And so for a man, the insult is to be called gay or to be called a woman. Sissy, right? You're so girly. Like, there are good masculine traits, of course, but most of what being a man imposes upon me is literally the capacity to give and take violence. Right. Exactly.
doesn't it? Now, the nature of the work that I do and my colleagues do in the sports culture, in the US military, in schools, we pioneered this approach called the bystander approach to gender violence prevention. And I just want to give you the highlights of the bystander approach because it's a big sort of thematic shift, although there's lots of particulars. But the heart of it...
say you're such a girl till you actually transition to one, then that's a whole new problem.
Is instead of seeing men as perpetrators, women as victims, or women as perpetrators, men as victims, or any combination in there. I'm using the gender binary. I know there's more than men and women. There's more than male and female. And there are women who are perpetrators, and of course there are men who are victims. There's a whole spectrum. But instead of seeing it in the binary fashion, we focus on all of us as what we call bystanders. And a bystander is defined as anybody who is not a perpetrator or a victim in a given situation. So in other words, friends, teammates, colleagues, co-workers, family members, those of us who are not directly involved in a dyad of abuse, but we are embedded in social, family, work, school, and other peer culture relationships with people who might be in that situation. What do we do? How do we speak up? How do we challenge our friends? How do we support our friends? But how do we not remain silent in the face of abuse? Now, when it comes to men and male culture, the goal is to get men who are not abusive to challenge men who are. And when I say abusive, I don't mean just men who are beating women. We're not just saying that a man whose friend is abusing his girlfriend needs to stop the guy at the moment of attack. I mean, that's a naive way of creating a social change. It's along a continuum we're trying to get men to interrupt each other. So, for example, if you're a guy and you're in a group of guys playing poker, talking, hanging out, no women present, and another guy says something sexist or degrading or harassing about women, instead of laughing along or pretending you didn't hear it, we need men to say, hey, that's not funny.
Right. I think what he's highlighting here is really important, where oftentimes it's almost like this fantasy, this hero fantasy, right? Where men go, oh, I mean, like it's this fantasy of there's a woman who's being attacked by a man and I come in like Batman and stop the bad guy, right? It's very hero fantasy, good guy, like damsel in distress type shit. That is not the majority of what is, what. Yes, I mean, yes, that happens, right? A woman is out in public and she's getting attacked by a man or whatnot. But oftentimes violence against women, in a domestic situation is happening when no one is around. And violence as far as words are used, as dehumanizing, demeaning language is used. Like, this is part of rape culture. Rape culture is not just like the act of raping someone, but it's the jokes, the normalization, the objectifying of women, the dehumanizing of women. And that is the type of thing that so often men do not stand up to because it's harder to do so in that situation, because there is no like physical action to take place there where you're stopping the bad guy and saving the lady in distress. I low-key try to do that work and I think it's rubbing off. That's great. And it is, it doesn't have to be this fucking monologue, right? You don't have to like stand up like you're in, I don't know, like you're in like Dead Poets Society and you're like, hey, it can really just be like not laughing along and going, that's not cool, bro. Cut it out type of thing, right? I think it's I think oftentimes in situations, this doesn't just apply to like men being with other men, but we are afraid to not go along with the group, right? We don't want to be on the out group. So we'll laugh or we just won't say anything. And that's what allows this bad behavior to be so normalized and to be perpetrated and perpetuated. Right? It's yeah, I mean, this is something that I felt challenged on in my own life, of being somebody who wants to get along with everybody, and if I'm like having a good time, the last thing I want to do is have to like call someone out, especially someone that I'm friends with, for a comment that they made. It's not easy to do, but it has to be done. I called out my friend for a racist comment one time while playing Rainbow Six, and he yelled at me for the rest of the match. Well, that person needs to do some soul searching. I find the best thing to do in that circumstance is make them feel as awkward as possible when they make an edgy joke. Make sure it's a bad experience for them so they learn. I think it's also like, you know, sending a message to the other people. Like, if you're in a group of people, somebody says something bad, and you're the person who's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, that's, you know, that's a terrible thing to say. Then everyone else is kind of forced to like reckon with the situation. It's a peer pressure type thing. And also, this is not something that's going to change overnight, right? This is, the culture does not change overnight. These are things that it takes time for these shifts to happen. And often when we shift towards progress, there are very loud voices who do not like that shift and who want to return to the status quo, like return to the good old days, you know? I mean, pull up any fucking Nick Merckx tweet to know exactly what I'm talking about. And he's like, yeah, I just, you know, things used to, let's go back to the traditional days. I'm like, oh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Can allow people to know that it's okay to speak up. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, that could be my, you know.
Also ask them to explain the joke. Act like you don't get it. Yo, that's actually a great tactic, to pull the like, wait, I don't understand. Wait, what? Wait, so it's funny because this woman's being raped? Like, yeah, that's a really good way to call someone's ass out. Right. Yeah, wait, I'm sorry. I don't understand. Wait, I still don't quite get it. Can you break it down? Can you explain it? At my gym, some dude was making gross comments towards me and his friend told him to stop, and I can tell he felt so awkward. Yeah, and he should. And people will feel awkward when they are not used to pushback, right? If you're not pushed back, if you are not confronted, then when it happens, it's like a, well, what the fuck? Wait a second. Someone said they want to take a picture of a cat on top of a Chinese restaurant menu. It's annoying to have to say shit, but I said her in front of the class, and it's probably good you ran out of time. Hopefully it's a small thing that seeps in. It's hard to be confrontational, corrective with the normal person. Yeah. And I don't think that every person you have to be like bruxum with, that you have to be really really aggressive with. I think that there are ways to call someone's bad behavior out. And sometimes if they feel like, I don't know, sometimes it's best to handle it with sensitivity, because people, when they feel backed into a corner, when they feel humiliated, like, can only double down.
you're talking about, and could you joke about something else? Or could you talk about something else? I don't appreciate that kind of talk. Just like if you're a white person.
Or just be like, as the father of 15 daughters, they're like, bro, aren't you 25? As a son of a mother, as a person with 12 aunts,
another white person makes a racist comment, I hope, that white people would interrupt that racist enactment by a fellow white person. Just like with heterosexism, if you're a heterosexual person and you yourself don't enact harassing or abusive behaviors towards people of varying sexual orientations, if you don't say something in the face of other heterosexual people doing that, then in a sense, isn't your silence a form of consent and complicity? Well, the bystander approach is trying to give people tools to interrupt that process and to speak up and to create a peer culture climate where the abusive behavior will be seen as unacceptable, not just because...
Heteros, we got to get our shit together. Heteros, we have to hold other heteros accountable.
It's illegal, but because it's wrong
Hetero
and unacceptable
in queer media.
in the peer culture. And if we can get to the place where men who act out in sexist ways will lose status, young men and boys who act out in sexist and harassing ways towards girls and women, as well as towards other boys and men, will lose status as a result of it, guess what? We'll see a radical diminution of the abuse because the typical perpetrator is not sick and twisted. He's a normal guy in
Cater
every
Todd,
other way.
thank you for the 11 months.
Isn't he?
Turning Boss,
Now,
thank you for the tier 1.
among the many great things that Martin Luther King said in his short life was, in the end, what'll hurt the most is not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. In the end, what'll hurt the most is not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. There's been an awful lot of silence in male culture about this ongoing tragedy of men's violence against women and children, hasn't there? There's been an awful lot of silence. And all I'm saying is that we need to break that silence, and we need more men to do that. Now, it's easier said than done.
Like, I'll give you an example without giving details. Will is a guy who, he doesn't talk about politics on his stream, and he only uses something like Twitter, or he only uses Twitter for like work purposes and Jets news. But he is someone who will pull other men aside and have conversations with men to try and get them to be better. And I think that is I think that for someone like him, that is like the best thing that he can do, because he's a guy's guy. You know, he likes to work out, and he's a bro, and he's white and straight, and men just like think he's awesome. And he is also somebody who will like have those hard conversations and try to handle them very sensitively. And I think so, for anyone who's ever like, Will's silence is deafening, you have no idea what he's doing behind the scenes. And to me, like, that is ultimately where the real, you know, where the work is having these actual conversations with the men in your life, whether you're like close friends or not, but to call them on their behavior, right? Because it's harder to ignore somebody when they are face to face with you going, this is wrong, this is bad behavior, and I need you to hear this. And unfortunately, they're not going to listen to somebody who's not Will Neff, right? Will Neff has a better chance of getting through to certain dudes in a way that someone who's not Will Neff wouldn't. And I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to be like, isn't Will Neff awesome? I'm not like, I know everybody, Will's great. Okay. I'm just using this as an example of someone who I personally know is having these conversations with men who I have seen exhibit bad behavior. And that this is someone who is exemplifying what we're talking about in this conversation. Yo, Hassan can post all the meat on Maine that he wants. Seriously, the sexiest thing about him is speaking up for women and really everyone harmed by shit people. Yeah, and the movement for women's equality cannot be achieved without men. This is not something that we women can do without the allyship of men. And this goes for all civil rights movements. This goes for all movements for progress. Do you think we should call out oldies too? Not sure if they're too stuck in their ways. Maybe it depends on how many years you think they have. Like, are you talking someone who's on their deathbed who's just got to throw in one last sexist comment? Oldies, that's so funny. No, I'll fucking call out old people. I'll call out old people. I understand what you're saying though. There are definitely some where it's like, okay, you'll probably be dead in like 5 minutes, so not much I can do here. I think what's important to remember though is like, this isn't something that is only that it's only relevant to like being of a certain generation. You know, when we look at these big cases of abuse of power, of sexual violence within Hollywood, it is men who are past a certain age. But this is something where it's like, we got to start at the beginning, because there are boys who are learning these behaviors, who are treating the girls in their classes, who are treating their neighbors in a way that is reflective of how they will be when they are 60 years old. So yeah, you got to get them while they're young, type of thing. As far as like focusing on someone who's 90 and really just, grandpa just can't stop saying the N-word, or grandpa thinks that women are, only calls women broads and does like an awooga type thing. That's like not where we're starting, right? That's not the, we just gotta fix the oldies and problem solved. Like, those people are almost dead. Sometimes it does feel like wasted effort. Yeah. Awooga. Hey, Jack. Reminds me of that time when my grandma didn't want to get the flu shot because she's tough. She'd be dead by flu season. I mean, she was right, but still. My grandma didn't want to get the flu shot because she's tough, but she was dead by flu season. Well, it's not just a generational thing. This has been ingrained in our society. Exactly. Yeah, that's a jokes aside. That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm saying it now, but I'm telling you, it's not easy in male culture for guys to challenge each other, which is one of the reasons why part of the paradigm shift that has to happen is not just understanding these issues as men's issues, but they're also leadership issues for men. Because ultimately, the responsibility for taking a stand on these issues should not fall on the shoulder of little boys or teenage boys in high school or college men. It should be on adult men with power. Adult men with power are the ones we need to be holding accountable for being leaders on these issues. Because when somebody speaks up in a peer culture and challenges and interrupts, he or she is being a leader, really, right? But on a big scale, we need more adult men with power to start prioritizing these issues. And we haven't seen that yet, have we? Now, I was at a dinner a number of years ago, and
It's also why for young boys and men whose fathers are extremely toxic and, just really harmful in their in their beliefs, it's really important for men to have good male role models. Be that your coach, your neighbor, like your teacher, somebody in your life who is not necessarily your parent, and who will but who is an adult with power and is in a position to guide a young person into being the best version of themselves, right? Like being a good citizen in this world.
Work extensively with the U.S. military, all the services. And I was at this dinner, and this woman said to me, I think she thought she was a little clever. She said, "So how long have you been doing sensitivity training with the Marines?" And I said, with all due respect, I don't do sensitivity training with the Marines.
Oh, your grandma thought she would be dead by flu season. I'm ESL. Oh, no worries. That was funny. Because I was like, well, grandmas do be saying things.
Marines. I run a leadership program in the Marines.
When my grandma was dying, she kept playing the Chinese national anthem and crying and saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry that I'm proud to be Chinese." You're like, okay, grandma. She just kept playing. When I finally got to my aunt's house where my grandma lived, when it was like her final days, I hear this music playing from the living room, and I turned to my cousin. I was like, "What is that?" She's like, "Yeah, she's been like nonstop playing the Chinese national anthem and singing it." And I went, "Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense." And would say to anybody who was listening, even if no one was listening, that she was proud to be Chinese, and she knows that China is not perfect. China has done some bad things, but that she is Chinese. I don't even remember what it was. I think it was like, yeah, maybe it was Red Sun in the Sky. It was
now, I know
funny.
It's a bit pompous, my response, but it's an important distinction, because I don't believe that what we need is sensitivity training. We need leadership training. Because, for example, when a professional coach or manager of a baseball team or a football team, and I work extensively in that realm as well, makes a sexist comment, makes a homophobic statement, makes a racist comment, there'll be discussions on the sports blogs and in sports talk radio, and some people will say, well, he needs sensitivity training, and other people will say, well, get off it, that's political correctness run amok, and he made a stupid statement, move on. My argument is he doesn't need sensitivity training, he needs leadership training, because he's being a bad leader. Because in a society with gender diversity and sexual diversity and racial and ethnic diversity, you make those kind of comments, you're failing at your leadership. If we can make this point that I'm making to powerful men and women in our society at all levels of institutional authority and power, it's going to change. It's going to change the paradigm of people's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I work a lot in college and university athletics throughout North America, right?
The instinct to
we know
clap
so much
when
about
others
how to prevent
clap.
domestic and sexual violence, right? There's no excuse for a college.
It's so painful listening to this awesome lecture just after Trump's re-election. Like, how many steps will he take back before he can move away from this toxic masculinity-fueled rape culture? Yeah, I know it's painful, and as I said, progress is always met with backlash, and we've talked a lot about the manosphere of content creators and the influence that this is having on young men, and how they are looking for male role models who are telling them that it's awesome to be a man, because as men, you are the dominating force in society, that you get to be tough, that here's how you make a bunch of money, because that's what being a man is all about. And this is all something that we have to counteract. And, talking on a political level, like, this comes from offering actual policies that are economically populist and are going to, like, alleviate people's people's economic struggles. But from a cultural standpoint, this is all a part of dismantling these structures that are in place to dictate how men should be and how women should be, and how that is normalized and held up by those of us who live in this society, and how the tools of sexism and misogyny are there to hold up this male dominated power structure. And how there's a lot of young men who struggle because they have been raised and they're being told that as a man you are not only supposed to, like, achieve these things in life and feel this way, but that you're deserving of it. And if you don't have it, then first of all, here's who the problem is. Second of all, here's what you do to get it, right?
Or university to not have domestic and sexual violence prevention training mandated for all student athletes, coaches, and administrators as part of their educational process. We know enough to know that we can easily do that, but you know what's missing? The leadership. But it's not the leadership of student athletes. It's the leadership of the athletic director, the president of the university, the people in charge who make decisions about resources and who make decisions about priorities in the institutional settings, right? That's a failure, in most cases, of men's leadership. Look at Penn State. Penn State is the mother of all teachable moments for the bystander approach. You had so many situations in that realm where men in powerful positions failed to act to protect children, in this case, boys. It's unbelievable, really. But when you get into it, you realize there are pressures on men. There are constraints within peer cultures on men, which is why we need to encourage men to break through those pressures. And one of the ways to do that is to say there's an awful lot of men who care deeply about these issues. I know this. I work with men, and I've been working with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of men for many, many decades now. It's scary when you think about it, how many years. But there's so many men who care deeply about these issues, but caring deeply is not enough. We need more men with the guts, with the courage, with the strength.
Jana!
With the moral integrity.
Jana's got binders full of qualified men.
To break our complicit silence and challenge each other and stand with women, not against them. By the way, we owe it to women. There's no question about it. But we also owe it to our sons. We also owe it to young men who are growing up all over the world in situations where they didn't make the choice to be a man in a culture that tells them that manhood is a certain way. They didn't make the choice. We that have a choice have an opportunity and a responsibility to them as well. I hope that going forward, men and women working together can begin the change and the transformation that will happen so that future generations won't have the level of tragedy that we deal with on a daily basis. I know we can do it. We can do better. Thank you very much.
Here. Yeah, I mean, this is an ongoing conversation that we need to have, and there's a lot of people responding to the previous election, and they are really missing the point. And this is something that is as I said, not going to change overnight, and progress is always met with backlash. But we have to continuously be working towards a world where these structures do not oppress the structures do not oppress members of society, and do not create these harmful expectations on men and on women. And this is something where people are not inherently born sexist. They are not inherently, they are not born and are inherently bigoted and hateful. This is how we are socialized and what we are taught. And so we have to unteach this. We have to, it's learned behavior. But what that means is that we can teach a different way. We can teach we can present a different world. I'm trying to better myself, partly for me, but also so I can try to be one of those good male role models. Yeah. And, I think about, like, if I were a guy and I were raised to be told that showing emotion is pussy shit, that I'm weak if I show emotion. As a man, I'm not allowed to be weak. And that as a man, I have to be the provider because I'm the one in control. As a man, that I am entitled to a woman's body and I am entitled to behave in harmful ways simply because I'm a man. Like, that is not good, and that does not produce men who have healthy relationships with themselves or with the people around them. Remember, guys, make sure you post TikToks about how you aren't problematic to combat this problem. Yeah, just make sure that if you're online and you see, a woman posting about her experiences as a woman, if, we have another man versus bear conversation pop up, make sure you get in there and you be like, excuse me. If you're a man, make sure you go, I'm one of the good ones. And if you're a woman, make sure you go, excuse me, not all men. My boyfriend is awesome. Yeah, women, make sure that you center the conversation around your boyfriend who you love. Yeah. Excuse me, I cannot believe that women would choose a bear because my boyfriend is so good to me. Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up. Shh. I don't see gender. Tell them you're holding space for your boyfriend. Excuse me, I would just like to add my 2 cents that I am holding space for my boyfriend who's amazing. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Not All Men. Not all men. Oh, man. I'm going to get that tattooed. How about this? If I get to, what's my LAPD thing? 10,000 subs. If I get to 20,000 subs, I am going to tattoo #NotAllMen. I think I'll where would be the best place for it? My forehead? Oh my God. Yeah, I'll get a forehead tattoo. Not all men. so that everybody knows. I'm preying on your stagnating success. Oh my God. Oh my God. Neil Platonic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We are only 18,000 subs away from me getting hashtag not all men. You guys, that's never gonna happen. Come on. Come on. I've seen a lot of my boyfriend being nice to me. I work in queer media. I don't know how widespread it is. I told you that we will be quoting this for the rest of our lives. I need the history books to show I work in queer media, but I'm in queer media. Not all men on my fingers. Yeah. NOTALLMEN. Ooh, wait. Actually, hold on. Hashtag NOTMEN. Wait, I think I fucked up. Wait. Wait a second. No, that's not right, is it? No, honey. You have your cousins and then your first cousins. Hashtag not men. Okay, that is not the same thing. Hashtag not men all. Hashtag all not men. All men not. Hashtag not men. Not men. God, that could mean anything. Not men. Not men. You know, it really just depends on what tone you use. Hashtag not men. No. Why men? Hashtag not men. Don't forget. See, if you forget, I'll have it tattooed on my fingers. Just do my thumbs. How the fuck does that work? Hashtag why men not pronounced like hymen. We are all losing it. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Where are we at? 3.5 hours. Oh, here's my king, Paul Mescal, in the follow-up to the interview that went viral when Paul and Saoirse and Denzel and Eddie Redmayne were on the Graham Norton show. And Paul was basically like, you think I'm going to call the police if someone's attacking me? Like, no way. Basically like exactly what we had talked about with the like Batman fantasy. And Saoirse was like, yeah, we women have to think about this all the time. What's up? And then she did a follow-up on that where she just elaborated on what her comments were. And then Paul Mescal also did a follow-up.
You were in Graham Norton a few weeks ago with your friend Saoirse,
yes.
Saoirse Ronan, and you inadvertently teed her up to give an important message about women and how they look after each other.
Yeah.
Were you guys surprised about how that
No, I don't think
up?
we were surprised, because you're, like, as you said, you're on a talk show like this and you're kind of just talking, but I'm not surprised that the message received as much attention that it got, because it's a massively important, and I'm sure you've had Saoirse on the show, like she's
amazing
quite often.
He's like, I love her. I love women. Women, they are strong and powerful, and I am an ally.
If more often than not, the most intelligent person in the room, and I think she was spot on, hit the nail on the head.
To be clear, I love Paul Mescal, and I'm laughing because I'm just chuckling. Okay, I'm just chuckling because Paul is a guy who he's like, I hate to say it this way, but one of the good guys, right? You know what I mean? And he got caught in that interview being a man, like being a guy. And Saoirse was sitting there and was the, Saoirse Ronan from Women. I am Caroline Kwan from Women, but in that moment she was Saoirse from Women. And Paul, this is good. It's good. Like I'm not being like Paul Mescal, fuck you type of thing. But it's cheek, it was cheeky's not the right word. It was kind of a like, oh yeah, I am aware that I was being a man. He's checking
and it's
himself.
also good that like messages like that are kind of gaining traction. Like that's a conversation that we should absolutely be having on a daily basis.
You were in Graham Norton a few weeks ago with
Yeah, and that's good, right? Like we should be having those conversations. And Saoirse is the most intelligent person in the room. Paul, if you come on the stream, we'll give you a permanent stamp of approval. Yeah, Paul, my gladiator too. If you'd like to come on the stream and talk about women, I will talk about women with you. I would love to talk about women with you, Paul. Normal People was mid, don't at me. Oh my God. How fucking dare you? How dare you? I am adding you. Yeah, Paul, as an ally to women, I will give you VIP. If you come on my stream, I will introduce you as Paul Mescal, parenthesis, ally to women, close parenthesis. Responding decently to being checked is also important leadership to demonstrate. Absolutely. Like, I am glad. And this is why I love Paul Mescal, right? Because he is a guy who I do think is conscientious, right? And it was funny because it was a moment where he was just being a dude and didn't realize like, oh yeah, this is something that women have to deal with all the time. And then Saoirse being like, yeah, what's up? That's how it goes. And it's the juxtaposition of him laughing on the Graham Norton show, shooting the shit, Paul Mescal from Men, and then the follow up here where he's like, yeah, no, she's so smart and really hit the nail on the head and is absolutely correct. What do you think of him and Gracie Abrams as a couple? I need to be honest and say I don't really think of Gracie Abrams. She's someone who kind of seemed to just come out of nowhere and was catapulted into the whenever you'll see the one of them has to go and it'll be 6 famous artists who all do kind of are in similar genre. It's like, what is Gracie Abrams doing there? That's how did she sneak in there? Thanks to Daddy JJ. I say this as someone who has nothing personal against Gracie Abrams. I don't listen to her music. I just simply am not drawn to the Gracie Abrams discourse. This is she is a person where, like, I think of Chapel Roan all the fucking time. Chapel Roan is someone who I probably talk about daily, I would say. So when you say, what do you think of Paul and Gracie Abrams dating? I simply don't think about it. Yes, she is the daughter of J.J. Abrams. She's not my Roman Empire. God, what have you done? She now has one of the biggest songs in the world out of nowhere. Like, it's funny how that happens. I will say another artist who I just simply have not. You know, when you see them everywhere, you see someone everywhere, and you just have like made the decision to not go further than simply seeing this person all over your timeline. Tate McRae is another one where that girl is all over my timeline, but I have not like made that decision to go, okay, what is this Tate McRae all about? I will say though, from what I've seen, I do not agree that she is Britney Spears, okay? You can't just say that. You can't just be like, she's this generation's Britney Spears. Unless you're like, she's a worse Britney Spears. Fine. Anyway, that's how I was with, remember the Hawk Tua situation where I went, all right, guys, I'm so sorry, but we're finally going to dive into what the fuck is this Hawk Tua, because it's all over my timeline, and I guess I'll just do it as content for stream. But this happens all the time where I know who someone is only because they're all over my timeline, but not because I have taken the next step of seeking them out to listen to their music or watch whatever viral clip or whatever clip went viral and made it so that I cannot scroll without seeing them everywhere. I've never seen the Hawk Tua video on purpose. Then you also must have missed the stream where I dove into what is a Hawk Tua. And now Hawk Tua has a crypto coin because that is the world that we live in. That is the world that we live in. No one's worse than Jojo Siwa. No one will change my mind. But the thing with Jojo Siwa is Jojo Siwa's been around for a really long time. There are certain people like a Hawk Tua or Gracie Abrams or a Tate McRae who do seem to just poof. I'm like, where did you come from? And why are you now all over my timeline? Yeah, don't forget Jojo Siwa created gay pop. Hello. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. I want to watch this short pop culture detective video on human nature, hope, and ice cream. Political scholar Noam Chomsky used to do a thought experiment to combat cynicism about human nature involving an ice cream cone. Do you want to know what sucks? I cannot think about ice cream without thinking about Joe fucking Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden is now synonymous with ice cream. Well, he's synonymous with other things as well, but it's like done something to my brain. He ruined ice cream. Oh my God. Yep. Okay, this video explores Chomsky's rhetorical arguments on the topic through the lens of pop culture. I am a big fan of Pop Culture Detective, and I've been wanting to watch this video.
We are here to talk about human nature. Let us begin.
As a general rule, I try to end each of my video essays on a hopeful note.
I appreciate
Usually
that.
by highlighting a positive example or some alternative to whatever socio-political issue I'm discussing. And most people appreciate that approach.
Counterpoint, humans are terrible. Limp Bizkit, slavery, the prosecution rests.
But inevitably, there are a few cynics who argue that human nature itself prevents us from changing the way the world works.
Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. You are a plague.
We are selfish, base animals. We try real hard, we can occasionally aspire to something that is less than pure evil.
Humans are savage in nature.
These cynics fall back on the false myth that human nature is somehow naturally selfish, domineering, or predatory. Spoiler, it's not. But they cherry-pick the worst moments in history to back up their assertion, pointing to war, poverty, or other forms of systemic oppression. While those injustices are indeed real, they're the result of structural issues, and not a fatal flaw in humanity itself.
The outside world is a dangerous place, filled with horrible, selfish people.
Oh my God, I finally watched Tangled for the first time when I was flying to Armenia. I haven't mentioned in a while. Oh my God, I can't believe I've fallen off from talking about how... Do you guys know that I went to Armenia? Anyway, I had never seen Tangled. Yeah. It was good. Isn't it Zachary Levi? Doesn't Zachary Levi voice Flynn Rider? LMAO. Yeah, that was before he fell the fuck off. And now he's Harold and the Purple Crayon ranting and raving about woke liberals.
The idea that we have a monster lurking within our genes isn't new. Nor is it based in science. But it is, nonetheless, a common perspective shared by many otherwise decent people.
In conclusion, humans are dangerous animals and can never be trusted.
People suck. They suck, and make no mistake about it, even sweet little old lady.
Don't you know anything? People are awful. They'll rob you blind if you ain't watching.
The thing is, most of those who loudly proclaim that humanity sucks don't really believe what they're saying.
I suspect that under that cynical shell, you're at heart a sentimentalist.
By way of explanation, let's turn to legendary political scholar Noam Chomsky.
He's still alive, right? Like, has there been any update after the false news that Noam Chomsky had died? Like, do we have eyes on Chomsky, on the Chomps? He's still with us. Yeah, okay.
He used to do a rhetorical experiment relating to human nature involving an ice cream cone.
Wow!
The gist of the thought exercise goes like this. Imagine it's one of those boiling hot summer days. You look out your window and see a child walking down the street enjoying an ice cream cone. As you watch, you notice a big guy come along. He sees the kid, sees the ice cream, and suddenly grabs the cone, swats the kid aside, and walks off happily eating his stolen dessert. Chomsky would then ask the cynic, do you think to yourself, there goes a perfectly normal and natural example of human behavior?
That's how Biden gets every one of his ice cream cones. He just steals it from a child.
Predictably, the answer is almost always, no, of course not. Upon witnessing that series of events, most people would think that guy is a raging psychopath. His behavior transparently reprehensible. Many onlookers would then go console the kid and probably get them another ice cream.
Well, okay. Thanks.
The point of that story is this. If the cynic truly believed that human beings were inherently violent and selfish, someone taking candy from a baby wouldn't bother them.
Pish posh. It would be like taking candy from a baby. Say, that sounds like a larf.
But of course, the majority of people are rightly horrified.
Get a camera on my face.
Those are children.
The assertion that humanity is rotten to the core is almost always a way to rationalize and excuse the existence of oppression. And, conveniently, to let cynics off the hook for any responsibility they might have to other people. Because if selfishness and domination were truly hardwired into our very genes, then that would mean that working to change the world or make it a better place
Stop global warming?
would be a pointless waste of time.
Simple no thanks would do.
I decided a while ago to sort of give up and stop trying to make sense of things altogether, because the only way to really live in this is to embrace the fact that nothing matters.
Nihilism, baby!
The cynic can then sit back and feel smugly superior to the rest of us poor saps who are out here fighting against injustice.
Workers of the world, unite! You have nothing to lose but your chains.
What's happened to you?
It's not hard to see why such a cynical worldview is so widespread. Some religions preach that if left to our own devices, humans are inherently evil.
You're going to hell, just as long as you won't be there.
News media highlights the worst deviant acts night after night.
Truly, if it bleeds, it leads, right? It is not hard to believe, to fall into this trap that humans are just across the board, humanity is evil, if you watch the news, because everything that you will see points to humanity being absolutely fucked. And it's really, it's very easy to believe this. The entire conservative ideological edifice is built on this lie. Yeah. If you can get people to hate one another and to believe that that people are just awful and rotten, then you can control them and you can pass agendas that will help the privileged and wealthiest in society and will hurt those who do not fall in that camp, which is most people, and then you get them to believe that their enemy is, each other, right? Because if we're all looking at, if as the laymen, as the ones not in power, we're all looking at each other as like, you're the problem. You're the one who has made my life suck so much, and people are just evil. Then your attention is not on the systems and the individuals holding up those systems who are the ones that are making your life so hard. Did you watch FD Signifier's video on edgelord movies that he put out recently? Works well as a companion piece to anything discussing radicalizing media. Edgelord movies. Why did I start watching that? I swear I had either started watching that or like bookmarked it.
Night.
It's a simple concept, guys. If it bleeds, it leads.
And popular entertainment feeds us
Rewatched.
an endless stream of stories featuring a parade of goons and murderers and villains. Communications researcher George Gerbner gave a name to the media-induced feeling that everyone is out to get us. He called the phenomenon the mean world syndrome. Among other things, it's why so many people consistently think that crime is getting worse and worse, even when the numbers are actually going up.
Crime's going up. Crime is going up, everybody. Crime just keeps going up. Wait, but actually, crime has gone down. Nope. Crime everywhere. Crime, they're doing the crime. They're doing the crime and they're not doing the time. There's crime on every corner.
Down. We also see Hollywood reinforcing cynicism in more subtle ways.
I don't know why you're so shocked. People are basically just monsters hiding behind the thin veneer of social convention.
Oh, come on. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a few naughty Nathans out there, but most people are basically good.
For instance, whenever a character expresses that people are fundamentally good, they are almost always portrayed as hopelessly naive.
There's no unselfish good deeds, sorry.
Yes, there are. There are totally good deeds that are selfless.
Well, may I ask for one example?
Yeah, it's, you know, there's... No, you may not.
That, or lying for personal gain.
Let me tell you something. People are fundamentally good. The key is you find that goodness deep within them. Twist it and turn it to your advantage.
I should say that Chomsky also makes the point that, scientifically speaking, very, very little is actually known about human nature. Humanity is just far too complex. While it's obviously true that human beings are capable of a wide range of behaviors, including aggression and empathy and everything in between, Chomsky's ice cream anecdote illustrates something important. Human beings are remarkably social creatures who have a strong tendency to practice what Peter Kropotkin famously called mutual aid.
It's hard down there at the bottom.
People routinely give away their food and their own money
Here you go.
to help those they've never met. People put themselves at risk.
Right, and the question is like, is the instinct to help one another because we are social animals, because we, because we thrive in groups, and because it's our nature to look out for one another, like animals in groups do, right? And is that nature crushed by by being socialized to believe that if we help people, then it will hurt us? That, you can't help somebody because whatever reason, right? Or like, nobody helps me, so I'm not going to help anybody else. Or this very individualistic mindset, right? Especially in the United States of America. We are, of course you have the like, be good to your neighbor mentality, but we are hammered with the pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Somebody's failure is, because of them as an individual, and nothing else has contributed to that. If you fail, that has to do with you. If some, like homeless people, for instance, homeless people are seen as individual failures. If you are homeless, then that is your fault and only your fault. And it's this idea that like, we're raised to believe that we are all responsible for ourselves, and the failures in our lives to obtain housing, to have a job that pays decently, like those failures are individually attributed. Right. I mean, it's meritocracy, right? If you do not, if you don't achieve this, it's because you are simply unmerited, that you are, you didn't work hard enough, that you are, as an individual, a failure.
Risk to save total strangers.
Hello, I just finished taking BuzzFeed Am I Gay quizzes because I was bored, but now I'm here. So what's going on? Well, share with the class. Are you gay? Did you pass? Did you pass the test?
People even risk their lives to save animals.
I liked helping people that I hadn't even met before.
Have a dumpling. What we don't do is sit down at the dinner table together and then proceed to fight over the food, taking as much for ourselves as possible. That's not how human beings behave, even when there's not enough food to go around.
Go on, take it.
The idea of care for others and concern for other people's needs and concern for a fragile environment that must sustain future generations, all of these things are part of human nature.
Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for the power of positive thinking. There's no virtue in delusion or ignoring harsh realities. But it is possible to both acknowledge the world as it exists and also believe the status quo can be changed. If we take a step back, history does give us some clues about what human nature could be.
I was told I was bi, asexual, very gay, maybe some gay. Okay, well, you got the whole spectrum.
Human beings have come together in solidarity to abolish the institution of slavery, to abolish child labor, and to abolish hereditary monarchies.
Yeah, I mean, ain't that the truth? That no movement has ever been accomplished by an individual. That progress in society was not the result of one person. And when you listen to like figureheads and the individuals throughout history who are held up as important civil rights leaders, Rosa Parks, for instance, they will talk about how they're just one person and progress is not achieved without collectiveness, without solidarity, right? That's why we talk about solidarity. We talk about class consciousness. We talk about, that we can't do this without one another. MLK stopped racism by himself. Yeah. Yep.
Well, at least most of it. Of course, there's always much more work to be done, but dismantling those powerful, once ubiquitous institutions is a profound accomplishment once thought impossible.
It's proof that humans are not bad, full stop, end of story.
Within the past century, people have come together to win significant rights for women, people of color, and the LGBT community.
Ready to change the world?
The relatively new environmentalist movement has made major progress towards the protection of future generations.
Power to the people!
As Martin Luther King famously said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. So when the news cycle feels especially bleak and hopeless, as it often does,
God bless America.
It can be easy to fall into cynical ways of thinking. But it's important to remember that we are not trapped by a fictional monster in our genes.
The truth is, the pathetically, stupidly, inconveniently obvious truth is, helping only ourselves is bad and helping each other is good.
A few things we do know for certain about human beings. We absolutely love ice cream, we behave in altruistic ways all the time, and when we act in solidarity with others, we radically transform the way the world works. Hi?
Yep. Rock on, man. And humanity is doomed. There's nothing we can do. That is in service of these institutions that have and these structures that just crush us on a daily basis. And, powerful people who want you to think that we are all each other's enemy. And just, always united we bargain, divided we beg. Yeah, I mean, if you've ever been a part of a like a labor protest, the cheers and the chants and the slogans at labor protests, it's all about being united. Together we stand, divided we fall. Exactly. And no movement is possible with just individuals, right? It's about being together as a collective. And you look at Palestine, right? Now, there is a long way to go for Palestine to to achieve peace and prosperity. But look at how many people around the world who are not Palestinian have stood up to what has been the status quo for 76 years. This has never ever happened. The last 14 months is so drastically different from how the previous 76 years were. And yeah, it was very much so an organic movement. And these are people who, most of whom are not Palestinian, but who have come together in solidarity against the forces that are oppressing the Palestinian people. Can we please listen to We Are the World? We are the world. I always tell people the best days are ahead. Some things roll backwards. A lot of stuff is getting better, improving. It just doesn't get as much attention as the negative stuff. Yeah, and it's why we always talk about community, right? Being small in your in your work, in your in using your energy to enact changes. You know, look at your community, form a community, take care of your community, take care of the people around you. And I do believe that it is human nature not to hate one another and want to trample over each other to survive in this world, but that is that is the result of socialization, and that is the result of power structures that are, and capitalism that crushes people and teaches them that the only way to survive is to step on their neighbor's dick. Like, these are not things that I believe that we are born inherently believing. We are the world. We are the children. I finally watched that documentary in full tonight. Wait, which one? The We Are the World documentary?
I'm Jonathan, and I hope you enjoyed that.
This guy is great.
If you'd like to see more like
Pop Culture Detective
please
is awesome.
consider going over to Patreon to support this channel there. I've also left some links below.
Are we born wicked, or is wickedness thrust upon us? Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for bringing wicked into this. Are we born wicked, or is wickedness thrust upon us? That is the question.
To PayPal and a wish list, and some other ways that you can support. Really, every little bit helps. Now, I've got a bunch of other projects in the works, including one on the myth of the alpha male.
Let's
and
go.
How it propagates through popular culture. Another one on colonialism in
I'm gonna link here.
modern board games. And finally, something on Willy Wonka and the more troubling aspect.
Pop Culture Detective is one of the first YouTube channels that I found when I started streaming, and I was like, oh, looking for stuff on YouTube that I wanted to talk about and react to. And it really is such a perfect synthesis of all the things that I love to talk about and how I love to talk about them. We watched a lot of Pop Culture Detective videos in the early days of streaming, like Boys Don't Cry, Sexual Assault of Men Played for Laughs, Born Sexy Yesterday, Everyone Needs Waymans, The Complicity of Geek Masculinity. They're just really, really well done. He distills pretty complex ideas. Yeah, he distills complex ideas through pop culture, through, film. Specifically. Caroline, I saw Wicked, just got home. I'm a movie musical skeptic, but it was actually really good. I was pleasantly surprised. Look, not all movie musicals are equal, okay? But the ones that are great are fucking great. This is my favorite quote from Bell Hooks. For me, forgiveness and compassion are always linked. How do we hold people accountable for wrongdoing and yet at the same time remain in touch with their humanity enough to believe in their capacity to be transformed? Yep. And it goes along with the ideas of, rehabilitation and not casting aside people who have committed wrongdoing, but working towards working towards a way for them to be better, to transform, to to join the party. Did you just not all men movie musicals? Yeah, look, not all movie musicals. Lizzie, thank you for the 14 months. Baby Banana Slug, thank you for the 7 months. Shank you. Okie dokie. How much you kept insisting me watch it. I knew you would fucking see The Coffee Table. I knew you would watch that. That movie is suffering. That movie, and then what's the Speak No Evil? Yeah. Not the remake. Speak No Evil. Those are movies that are, as I classify them, suffering, punishing. Just there's no moment of happiness. You don't feel good. Yeah, if you are if you're in a mood to just feel awful, do a double feature of Speak No Evil and Coffee Table. If you just want to feel that all joy has been sucked out of life. If you want to age 30 years, then do a back-to-back of those films. Yeah, one of them is Danish, I think, and then the other one is Spanish. And let me tell you, those are one-time watches for me. Sweeney Todd kind of banged, even though it was worse than the original Broadway production. I saw Sweeney Todd 5 times in theaters. My theater friends and I, we literally went to see it in theaters 5 times. Wait, what's your rush? What's your hurry? You gave me such a fright. I thought you was a ghost. Sit you down, sit. All I meant is that I haven't seen a customer for weeks. Did you come here for a pie, sir? Do forgive me if me answer's a little vague. What is that? But you think we'd have the plague? By the way, the people... No, you don't. Heavens, no, I try, sir. No, but no one comes even to inhale. Right you are, so would you like a drop of ale? Mind you, I can hardly blame them. These are probably the worst pies in London. Yeah, I used to have that whole thing memorized. Saw Sweeney Todd in theaters. I can only remember 30 seconds of it. Yeah. Well, any movie that tickled that theater itch in high school, because again, you guys, I didn't party. I, on a Friday night, was not drinking someone's parents' liquor in a carpeted basement, listening to really loud hip-hop music. That's... I was not a high school student. There are so many things in high school. Yeah, while you were partying, I was studying the script. There are so many things that when I watch high school movies, when I watch teen comedies, I can only pretend. I can only act as if I know from experience what it was like to go to parties. There's a hole in the world and a great black pit, and it's filled with the women who inhabit it. No, I would not say that I was like cool, even though I was prom queen. It's not that I was uncool, but it was just we were just doing things differently. I will say I did finally go to one football game, and that is because my friends were the band. What was the name of like when you were head of come on, band kids, help me out. You were like the band drum major. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, 2 of my friends senior year got chosen as the drum majors. And so I finally went to a football game, and that's another thing I totally missed out. I totally missed out on football culture. I was not a part of football culture in high school, and then I didn't go to a college that had a football team. So that was there are certain all-American things, like when you think of America, football, right? That I just completely missed out on. That's the coolest you can be in band. Yeah. No, that was a status thing for sure. You didn't miss much. Yeah. I did not do things in high school that like most high school kids did. Whenever Sam and Cutie talk about their boyfriends in high school, I'm like, yep, did not experience that. I did not do boyfriends. I did not do high school boyfriends. They both like always had a boyfriend in high school. They were girls in high school who always had boyfriends. You were Bella from Twilight in high school. Not like the other girls. How old are you? 17. How long have you been 17? A long time. That's what I'm going to say when someone says, how old are you? "25 for a long time." They're like, wow, you're 25. I'm like, yes, sort of. Caroline just...
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in.
Okay, I have a question. I never watched Riverdale, but every clip I've seen of Riverdale feels satirical. But I'm guessing that this show was serious. Like, what is the famous, like, it was real, right? It was real. What is the famous scene from Riverdale where the redheaded guy is in jail and he's talking about football? Yes. You've never experienced the highs and lows of high school football.
And I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without this stupid hat on? That's weird.
Oh my God. How did I miss out on this show? Like, I didn't miss out as if like I didn't know what it was. I just never watched it.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't...
This is reminding me of something. This is reminding me of something that's actually satirical. Wait, in case you haven't noticed. Oh, fuck. What am I referencing in my head? I can't think.
I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without this stupid hat on? That's weird.
Oh my God, it's gonna drive me nuts that I cannot think about what this is reminding me of that actually is intentionally funny. No, it's not Glee. In case you haven't noticed. Replay it.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't...
It's this part in particular. He says,
I'm weird.
in case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. Shit. I don't know. There's something that's coming to mind, but I can't see it. No, I don't even know if it's a, like, someone will say it. It's one of those things where sometimes you see something, you go, wait, this is recalling something else. If it hits later, you have to tell us. Oh, I will. Even if it's like 2 a.m. and I'm in bed, I'm like, I will put it in the Discord so I don't forget. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a weirdo. This video is a watch if you have 2 hours. There's probably some amazing Riverdale, the biggest anomaly in TV history. Riverdale, the show that went completely insane. Like fever dream shit. Here's the football clip. Yes.
I'm me.
Yeah.
I dropped out in the 4th grade to run drugs to support my nana.
This is crazy.
That means you haven't known the triumphs and defeats, the epic highs and lows of high school football.
And he's in jail. Wait, why is he in jail? He's in high school, right? Why is he in jail? Are you thinking of the song Creep? No. No, it's gonna drive me nuts, but I'm gonna have to just like sit in silence and really think about it and come up with what it's reminding me of. Because he was running drugs for his nana. You're joking. No, actually, there's no reason to. That wouldn't be a joke because that's just CW writing. This is not even the most insane part of Riverdale. Oh, I believe that. Veronica's dad tries to kill the cast like 5 times. It's really funny because when I was first auditioning for film and TV, when I was in Chicago, I had an agent. I would so pilot season, well, not really a thing anymore, but pilot season used to be the like most exciting but also worst time in a film actor's life, because pilot season was when all these TV shows would audition to find the cast for either, one episode, or maybe they were lucky and had gotten a whole season greenlit. But it was a way for it was like, if you were an actor, even if you were new, you were going out and auditioning for so many pilot episodes. And for some people, they'd get lucky and they would book, they would book a pilot, and then those people would get extra lucky and that pilot would be greenlit into an entire season. And then bam, there you go. But the CW was a network that I went in and read for during pilot season so many times. As a 22-year-old young person, it was like I was prime for CW. And every time I would go in and read for whatever CW pilot it was hands down some of the worst writing that I had ever read. And this was before I got into screenwriting, but I just like knew, even though I was still new to acting, or I was still new to TV and film acting, but it would be God. It was very much so like this.
That means you haven't known the triumphs and defeats, the epic highs and lows of high school football.
And by the worst, I mean the best. Hey, that means they think you're hot. Yeah. The requirements to be on a CW show are basically be young and hot. Be young and hot and be able to deliver dialogue like this with a straight face. Sick musical performance right after. Yeah, that's the other thing. I didn't realize that they sing in this show. That there are music. Yeah, we just really don't get TV like this anymore. Been watching 911. Wait. Oh, is that the show with Angela Bassett, which has 18 episodes? It's trash, but I do miss how much room there is for characters and relationships to develop. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about this before when talking about like how TV has changed, and as seasons have gotten shorter and there's much more time in between the seasons, now it's like normal to have 2 years go by in between seasons. But back in the day with TV, you know, because they had all this room to do filler episodes, they could just have fun with it. Her dad tries to blow up Archie and Betty while they're in bed. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Could you deliver this performance seriously? The answer is yes.
This is your brain. This is Jingle Jangle. This is what happens to your brain after taking Jingle Jangle. And this is what your body goes through. Wait, it's not over yet. This is what your parents go through, and your besties, and your frenemies, and your American excess. This is how Jingle Jangle affects your future.
The fuck is Jingle Jangle? Partnership for a wait, is this part of the show or is this like an ad?
Any questions, Archiekins?
Message received, Ronnie.
This man, they really were just doing they were doing all sorts of things. Okay, Jingle Jangle is the street drug in Riverdale. Of course it's called Jingle Jangle. Of course. The CW8 with the Gossip Girl posters using negative reviews from the past season. Yeah, actually, this was pretty iconic. Every parent's nightmare. A nasty piece of work. I actually want to steal this. I would love to steal this, and then if I ever do merch, or if Sam and I ever do merch, this would be really funny, where you like take negative reviews. Yeah, it's pretty legendary. I mean, this is another show. Okay, I did watch Gossip Girl. But I know that if I were to go back and watch Gossip Girl, I'd be like, what the fuck is this show? Yeah, unbanned message requests. Yes. Yes. Gossip Girl was a crazy show, for sure. For sure. I have a soft spot for it, but I don't think I'd ever rewatch it. You know, maybe one day when I simply have nothing else to do, I will go back and rewatch Gossip Girl. I literally just watch episode 1. They go to brunch and drink mimosas before school every day. That's fucking crazy. They go to brunch and drink mimosas. They're in high school. And remember how all of them go to like crazy Ivy League schools, and I swear to God they don't spend 1 minute in class. Like the Gossip Girl teens, they're not doing school. And yet they all get into like Brown and Yale, and yeah, they're just rich as hell. They are rich kids. I remember reading a like who's the richest out of all of them. I think, well, sometimes sometimes they fall in hard times, and by hard times they maybe are not as rich as they are. But I think it was Chuck Bass was like an actual billionaire. Yeah. So I think it was Chuck Bass, and then I was surprised to see that Serena's family was wealthier than was wealthier than Blair's. So it goes Chuck, Serena, Blair, and then I think it's Nate. Right, Serena was old money. Serena's mom came from a shit ton of money. Right, Nate's dad lost their money. Didn't Blake Lively's character kill a guy at one point? It's yes, I think so, but also you can just assume.
Stealing your escort, leaving you stranded at the top of the.
You can just assume with stuff like. This table's huge.
Joke, and you'll be a punchline. Your affair ends now.
It's done where the oldest building says, "Son,
Serena.
That's what I call Plymouth Rock."
The song is still playing. Yeah, that's Aaron's habit.
You know what? Why don't we just eat?
I've lost my appetite. And I want pie.
Kids. Oh, what makes you an expert?
I'm so glad you invited me, Rufus. Cheers.
Dude, it is perfect. There are so many fucking B plots going on. And the table is, everyone is at this table. Everyone is at this table and everyone is fighting. And the song plays throughout the entire scene. I'm so confused. The song was not playing the entire time in the background. Was, yeah, no, it was. And that's cinema, baby. Some of you wouldn't know cinema if it hit you over the head in a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. How did this not win an Emmy? You know, we ask ourselves that to this day. But this is what we call peak television. You deadass thought this was an edit? Nope. Nope. Not at all. Do they still make shows like this? Not really. Nope. That's why they say Riverdale is like the last of its kind. The OC was another show. So the OC came out when I was in high school, and that was a show that I was not allowed to watch. Same with Laguna Beach. My mom was like, these are not appropriate. But I have seen I would watch the OC when I was at like friends' houses, and my mom was right that was not a show that I should have been watching. But the OC is another show that had many very chaotic, iconic moments. And a lot of you have probably seen the SNL sketch that also features an Imogen Heap song, Hide and Seek. And people didn't realize that was what happened in the OC. Okay, do you guys mind spoilers? If you don't want to have the OC spoiled, if you don't want a 20-year-old show spoiled, then I don't know, do something else for like the next 3 minutes.
You're right. I know what happened. I know what happened with you and Marissa.
People were screaming.
I would have done anything for you.
Look, man, I was messed up. I was stoned.
It's my idea, Trey. I didn't want to steal that car.
Hey, man, I went away for it, and you got the good lesson.
You had to destroy it? You had to hurt her, huh? No!
Okay. Listen, man, we're gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down right now, okay?
What are you gonna do, shoot me? Is that how this ends?
No, how this ends is up to you. And whether or not you walk away right now. Walk away.
Oh my God, stop it! You're killing it! Trey, get off of him, please! Please stop it! You're killing him! Stop it! You're gonna kill him! You don't care, you don't care. You don't care a bit.
Dude. People who didn't see this when it happened don't even know the feeling. Don't even know the feeling of watching this when it came out. This was such a moment. Okay. And now, yes, I will play the SNL. I will play the shooting, aka Dear Sister. I met Ben McKenzie when he was a surrogate for the Obama campaign. I'm so sad I haven't seen the OC yet. Yeah, he got like into politics. Basically, he was on the OC and then had a career had a career like working in politics. Okay. Who hasn't seen this skit? It doesn't matter because you need to watch this like 20 times. Wait, let me grab some Wawa. It's so funny too because so this was a Lonely Island sketch, and basically they were obsessed with that scene in the 2005 episode of shit, it's so good. It's just like it's the best bit. It's the best bit. The song, the continuous deaths, everybody kills everyone. God, Wild West was so awesome. It was so fucking awesome. It's like the coolest thing that I've ever probably the coolest thing that I've ever done in streaming events. Yeah, shout out to Milena. Shout out to Milena who put her heart and soul into Wild West, and yeah, that was her last official event. I know. We love Milena. We miss Milena, but Milena is in the next chapter of her life that does not involve content creation, and we salute her for the amazing events that she brought us, and it will not be the same without her. Y'all are such big theater kids, holy. You know, this is what I say. You have events like this and people's theater kid comes out. I think everybody's got a theater kid inside of them. Everyone has a theater kid inside of them. Farewell. Yeah, it would be really cool to do it would be really cool to do something like that again, but that would require somebody like Milena to put together an event like that. I mean, that was a full ass weekend with back-to-back activities. And it's one of those things where I don't want Cutie to do it because she's already overloaded. Why not you? I'm not an event planner. I'm someone who shows up and I will deliver, you know? Like I show up and I'll put on a show. But I'm not an organizer. I'm not an event planner. I'm the talent. Yeah. Yeah. Have Will do it. Okay, if there's someone who will be worse than me, it would be Will at putting something like that together. Milena I can't even describe how much this nearly killed her. Yeah, how about Hassan? Yeah, that's who will surely. You know the thing is that he was supposed to go to Wild West and he decided not to go and then had FOMO. He was texting Will and was like, "Damn it, I should have gone." It's like, "Yeah, you butthead." You dummy. There was like some stupid ass political thing that was happening. He's like, "No, I gotta be here. I gotta be here and stream." Yeah, skipping an event to cover news. Classic. But anyway, it'd be cool to be a part of something like that again. Something like that. I mean, all of the coolest events that I've been a part of are either Cutie's or Milena's. Like they're the event girlies, and Cutie has been run ragged, and I think she needs to do less events. And Milena's not in. She's no longer here. I did not do the first shit camp because I was not a streamer, but that shit camp was the weekend of my birthday, and this is a funny story of when they were all at shit camp and I was out with my friends, and then Will was like, "Hey, let's go meet at this one place in Hollywood that we love to go to," and he had gotten a table. And he's like, "I'm going to bring people from shit camp." And that was when XQC walked up to my friend Mercedes, who is not that X was being anti-black, but she's black. And he came up to her and was like, you're not supposed to be at this table, like, because he didn't know her. And she interpreted it as like, oh, because I'm black. She didn't know who he was. She just thought he was some random guy. And he thought that she was someone who was like infiltrating this streamer table. Who was crashing the table. And it was very funny. Modern Family level of miscommunication. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hilarious. Yeah, but that was before my time. Shit Camp 1 was before my time. I know Cutie has been trying to bring Shit Camp back. She was going to try to do it in September. So I think Shit Camp or Shit Con or whatever will see the light of day again. Schwinn, thank you for the 3 months. Shred, thank you for the 17 months. All right, y'all. Should we get into some Survivor? Is it time? Is it time for some Survivor? Is it time for the next episode? Is it time to survive, mates? Is it time to survive? Or is it time to die? Who will survive? And who will not survive? That's what we're going to find out. We're going to find out on the next episode of Survivor. Episode 14. What you say? Oh, when you want me, where could have been? What you say? What you say? Damn, Imogen Heap really had a stranglehold. She had a stranglehold on us. Kept nice. Thank you for once again keeping it nice with 5 gifted subs.
If I went on Survivor, even though I'm not a model, I would just do this too. I'd be like, everyone's like, oh, she's just a model. I mean, I bet she can't make a fire because she's just a sexy.
Pete as like a last meal. Like Pete's last, you know what? Pete's going to get voted out. So did she just say, don't rule out that he has an idol? Don't rule out that he doesn't have one? Is people though where I'm like, Michelle's not boring, you know? Michelle's not boring. And it's one of those where you're like, okay, I can't stand this person, but also was not even close. Not even close. They needed to have better communication from Summertell. Once a Survivor contestant with such bad nicotine withdrawals, he started to treat a rock like his BlackBerry and sincerely use it to send emails. Shut up. Everybody, what up? We are in the final moments of season 4, episode 14, and this is about to get cuckoo-ca-choo. So welcome in. Hi. Taco Cup, thank you for the love. Did he just say, if we all stick to the same person on the chopping block, and that's Pete, and I don't think Pete even registered that. I thought he was about to say commit murder. And I was like, okay, holy shit, this show just got.
I wasn't gonna write it.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit. That was a fucking episode. That was a motherfucking episode, mates. Holy moly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, what Sky says, pay up for Uno Mas. You want uno mas? Bribes are being accepted. Tonight, bribes are being accepted. The bribes are being accepted tonight. God, that was really something. My God. Hannah kicking us off with one gifted sub. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I mean, Sarah, if Asanga loses, Sarah is so screwed. She's over. It's over. Jenny, thank you for the gifted sub. Haas on Twitch, thank you for the 5. Primo Noir, thank you for the 3 community subs. Catfish River, thank you for the 2 months. A Bud, thank you for the 5. Paisley, thank you for the gifted. Lola, thank you for the 3 months. Who am I for? Scooter Pepperoni, thank you for the gifted sub. The bribes are alive. Yeah, everybody, thank you to the bribers. Maybe one more bribe. Maybe one more bribe and it does it. Maybe one more bribe and we're in. I need some water. That's enough. Save the rest of the gifties for the next episode. You crazy. You're crazy. Binfy Snorbuns. Binfy Snorbuns. What a name. Binfy Snorbuns, thank you for the 2 community subs. I think that'll do it. I think that unless you're sitting on a Prime sub, if you are sitting on a Prime sub and you have not used your Prime sub, primers, holy shit. Okay, all right, that seals the deal. Taco Cub, 20 gifted subs. Thank you, Taco Cub. Thank you. And look, I already have the episode pulled up. That's crazy. Oh my god, what? Randolph, thank you for the 5 months. Spark Spaces, thank you for the tier 1. Okay. All right, everybody. She's milking subs harder than I've ever seen before. You know what? I normally don't milk subs. I'm going to milk subs on Survivor. I think, okay, in these parts of the episodes, you can really tell when someone is actually liked and then when someone is not liked. And there are certain players when they've been voted out that people are like, I'm genuinely so sorry. I'm genuinely so sorry. But it just had to be you. And then there are other ones where people are so gleeful and they're basically like, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Fucking
You're a soul survivor and I'm going to be, backing him all the way.
Oh, there are some people who I think are just proud and happy to like have this experience. And then there are other ones who got that fucking dog in them. They got that dog in them. And, Odette, you're not one of them, but you do seem like you are a lovely person. Lovely person, but to win the game of Survivor, you gotta have that dog in ya. Like Pod John. Yeah, I don't know. Jonathan kept pronouncing it Asanga, and so did everyone else. So I was just calling it Asanga, but it's definitely not spelled with an N. Y'all, that is gonna be it for me, because I gotta clean up my place and pack, and then I'm going to San Francisco tomorrow for Thanksgiving. I am going to try and do a Thanksgiving cooking stream, as I will be at my aunt and uncle's house. My parents will be there. It's gonna be a lot of activity in the kitchen. If you don't have anything going on, or if you do, we usually do a later Thanksgiving. My family's like, by the time people have already eaten and are chilling watching football during whatever, we haven't even started. So if you're looking for a place to be, or you've finished your Thanksgiving, I am going to try my darndest to be live tomorrow. And then yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, everybody. Well, have a very lovely holiday. I know not everybody is American, so I know that this is not a holiday for everybody. But just have a happy Thursday, you know? Have a happy Thursday. I am going to send you over to Sam. Cool. And we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch for my schedule the next couple days. Because as a reminder, I have I have Sad Boys on Saturday, live with Sam. And Friday, I'm still going to be in San Francisco. Show. To be determined the next couple of days. Okay? Okie dokes. Weed'em boys. All right, everybody. Have a fabulous night. Peace.